pesticides that you use in related to different problems. We have the plant-based diet agenda, which is not really helping because it's still emphasizing the monoculture. Agrochemical industry is not focusing on the soil, and we actually have 60% of our farmer is 1% away of desert land. So, but they're not taking soil sample. I mean, we just had a meeting. They said take a soil sample each 5 years, then it's fine, So they don't really have that focus, and a lot of the research and institution is funded by agrochemical industry. So, for example, there was some research I was to for regenerative conventional research, and they did a false positive on the conventional, a false negative on the regenerative. So there's a lot of all these normal things going on when you are paradigm and you live from the existing paradigms. So we had, I will have talk a little bit about it later, but we have a lot of barriers because it really is a paradigm shift we have to do, but it's coming. I mean, we can see it's coming, but
is there evidence in fact that even for developed countries the overuse of chemical fertilizers within agriculture itself, because as you say that the soil health is actually not really being monitored. This is the last thing on people's mind. So the only thing, if they want to keep increasing yield, the normal, if you just use a mathematical formula, is always try to do an overkill on chemical fertilizers, which also leads to nitrate leaching, which I don't know whether it's actually a control problem.
Yeah, I mean, we have there's a lot of rules around when to use fertilizers and not, but they're not really, they don't get the connection. So we are also trying to do the mini education on it, you can say that. But for example, pesticides, we have had an organic movement in quite a long time, and they are targeted actually by the climate agenda, because the tilling and stuff like that. But we have just had there was just a test on a conference of pesticide residues in people's blood, and everybody has pesticide residues, and over 50% of the men has declined sperm, and you name it. We have all that kind of things. But have been in the environmental field for 25 years, and the agenda has shifted from a pollution issue really to a climate issue. And that means that the focus is all on the climate. So now they want to use high temperature biochar all over the soil, which is basically doing a pollution carpet place. So they really don't get that the pollution is the main cause. And also that the fertilizer is mineralizing the soil. So we are up against a lot of lack in knowledge, but also when I talk to one of the main researcher, and they talk, because soil is bacteria dominant, so it's methane, I don't know, laughter gas, I don't know if it's the right word, but it's really going out. And he was saying when you use compost in that kind of soil, it was going out. But then I asked, what is the microbacteria levels? What kind of microbacteria have you encountered that? And they said no. So they are really researching the same petri disk of the last 18 years, and that is a problem. So every time when they do research, they're looking into the same industrial paradigm ecosystem, instead of asking the question, how can we have an optimal ecosystem with as little resources as possible? So even the science community is not really asking the right question, but they're also funded.
The problem with science of even universities, I mean, you are only able to do things that you're funded for. I mean, unless your endowment fund is in the billions, which some universities have, but even then, it's still recommended by a board, right?
And
so, but my question,
sorry.
But my question is, in places like Denmark itself, has there been attempts to actually map the soil quality in the country via satellite?
The environmental agency has done it for the last, I think, 60 years and so on.
Okay.
And it shows a decline, especially for the plant user who use a lot of pesticide and fertilizers, where the animal who has animals and using the manure in the field, they're kind of keeping a low level, but they're only measuring the first 30 centimeters. They're not going deep. So that has happened, and you also have a soil directive where every country in EU has to do measurements. The country that is really going for the measurements, that is Scotland. They have chosen to have a regenerative agriculture, and we have the cool company called Agrocarbon, who's really going in UK and do measurements down to 1 meter. We are using them as well. So we're also starting to have a technology, you can say, where we can have really good soil samples. Our approach for measurements is to do a multiple string measurements approach. So we have measurements from leaves, which is very effective to take. Ammonium, there's more ammonium than nitrat in the leaves if it's a system. We have the soil sample, we have the bricks measurements, the LIDAR scanning. We have the most business models has just the satellite scannings.
Yep. It's accurate to a degree, right? I mean, it's not that accurate unless you actually go into doing the DMRVs on the ground, right?
Yeah.
As compared to DMRVs are better, right?
Yeah, I mean, we when you really go in and do the soil samples and we have a professional guy, who's basically doing it the right way, and independent labs. If that's, I'm not quite sure if I answered right.
Okay.
But but we can see that we just had a meeting yesterday with the farmer and all the Sobak and all the measurements guys and the labs guys, and you can see that the farmer is really getting fired up, because now he can see that he's actually paying for what he's paying for, and the knowledge he can get from it. It's incredible. So that is really cool to see.
Okay, I'm just curious. Something because I'm not a scientist. But I've heard of the effects of biochar being really good to actually help regenerate the soil. But at the same time, I also hear that biochar may not actually really change the pH of the soil to an optimal level for certain types of agriculture. Is it true?
Yeah.
In that way?
Yeah, biochar coated with microorganisms with a not too high pressure made biochar. That can have beneficial effects if you have also not too much. The biodynamic is using it to make the microorganism in the compost going around. The problem is if you have a high temperature biochar, you just put too much around, you will actually see rise in temperature. You will see development on pH level, and it's not really stopping. Like in a proper microorganism environment, you will see, it's kind of balanced out, but it just doesn't stop. Plus, you will have if they're using fertilizer and pesticides and all that, that will be linked to the carbon. So you have this pollution carpet you cannot get rid of. And you will also, there's some research saying that the really good compost and the biochar, the availability of nutrients for the plants is 50% higher than from the biochar. And so you're actually creating something that can be quite hard for the microorganism.
Okay.
And that is also what they're saying with the CO2 tunnel vision is, it has to be there for many, many years, where my point is, we have to rebuild, restore the soil to 4-5%, and then down to a quite depth level, and then in the depth level it will can be there for 6,000 years. It has been research on that. So, and then it's the farmer's task to maintain that. Or even some farmers has 8% and it's still going very strong. And then you have the water resistant, you have healthy plants, you have all these kind of things. So my recommendation is, especially after pyrolysis, which is where you use you use it to clean pollution, and then they want to put it out in the ground, and they're really into that in Denmark. They have this technology mindset. I think they will kill basically the soil. So that is, but it can be used properly. But the problem is that it's really they're really going technology blind.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes I see that because we are carbon myopic, we always seem they want to actually use this to actually go into the carbon offset market, and it just seems to be like another money making opportunity rather than the fact that we are trying to solve a problem. I don't know whether what I feel is true in that sense. I mean, I'm not trying to be negative about it. I'm just trying to say that there could actually be a more systems approach to solving a problem with the soil health, right? Because a lot of times is that there's always this problem. I mean, for the longest time, we always have a very singular approach to problem statement solving. Right.
Yeah. I can't stand the singular CO2 tunnel vision thing or such thing, because that's why we have multiple measurements approach. So we also do life cycle assessment on all parameters. So we're able to do the cancer cases, ecotoxicity, water, biodiversity, health. You take the whole range, and that you show to the customer, because when the customer suddenly see, okay, if I can buy this product and I can avoid cancer cases, they're like, whoa, then is something. I can avoid killing that many species, which is quite a lot in ecotoxicity and so on. So and you also have the measurement system. People want a healthy environment. So one of the barriers is also that we often get into too much nerding. So I really have people around me now who's trying to learn me to really speak in a light language. For example, one of the things that is working is that we just try helping nature back to what it's actually good at, and then nature is providing plentifulness for us. People get that. So that is so we are trying to see how we can explain some other things. But the politician, when we are talking to high level politician, because we are starting to have a CO2 tax, that really can damage the synergies, because then we don't have the animals to put the manure in, and we'll be more dependent on the fertilizer and agrochemical industry. And so we are really talking to them about, if we do the measurements, if we do the LCA out in the system, then the farmer should be compensated or paid for that. The problem with the offsets model, as you said, is that it's often make the farmer the black sheep in the accounting afterwards, because every activity has an environmental footprint. So that's why we do an LCA also looking at the operations. So we are taking that away, and then we are also taking 15% away, but we are using the value, externality value that they create on the environmental field in the insets in the value chain. So that means that the farmer can actually get a better price, can actually tell the sugar factory or whatever, oh, you are calculating my carbon, whatever. You have to, right now they're just stealing everything from them.
Yeah. What do you feel about the thing about there is a needed green premium, the green premium that for example, regenerative products or anything that is created from sustainable production, they always seem to be slapped with a green premium. Do you think we actually need a green premium, or do you think that sustainability is actually the future? We technically shouldn't have a premium.
I mean, our farmers is within 3 years saving $500 per hectare just by having a proper soil and a microorganism. So that from the operational point of view, they're really saving money when you have a proper soil and a proper system for that. So the pesticide and the fertilizer that can reduce 50%, especially the risk with climate, it's drier than well wet, you can avoid, you can still keep your crops. And you also have the resistance for the plants. You have the nutrients level, especially if you also have animals where you have your own local synergies, you can save a lot of time and money for the food. One thing that is very important for the farmers in our world is time, because there's like one farmer, with a lot of machinery, maybe two. So time is an issue for them. So here, and they can save 30% of the time they use in the field just by having a healthy, good soil, and that is really something they like.
In this aspect, how is policies and the government in Denmark helping to push this agenda forward to actually create healthy soil? And actually, I mean, you guys have already the data proof that it's at least a 3% savings and all that. Yeah. How do you think you could push the agenda further accelerated?
We have some strong so-called NGO, which is paid from other people, Concito, for example, who is really within the government, who is driving the climate agenda. And that means there's a lot of negative pressure on farming. So it's a reduction mindset on they have to reduce and reduce and reduce. But really the support of remaking the soil and everything, it's getting there, but it's hard work. But I mean, we are just continuing. So we are starting to get lobbyists and really good people around us starting to listen. But right now, we had a big roadmap where all the big companies and agriculturals had to do a roadmap for agriculture, and they didn't have soil. So in 14 days, we have a meeting with the director and say we need that soil thing in the map. So actually, I use a lot of free time with my colleague to do the political work.
Wow.
Because it's necessary, but it's a paradigm shift, and it's very exciting to follow. But that's happening when you have, been used to have that one way of looking the focus, and then don't really get the other way. And then you have the classical thing that even if France is, for example, very good at microorganisms and understanding of soil. Scotland is also start really to move. Then they have this, it has to be tested in Denmark. And then we have the money issue, because we don't have the money to use 3 million to test.
Oh yeah, because I understand that everything is really expensive in that Denmark. As my friend in Copenhagen tells me. I mean, if you think things are expensive in your world, please come to Copenhagen and actually experience how bloody expensive it is. Yeah, that's
why I live in the countryside.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
So fascinating to see this exchange and conversation. Sinette, thank you so much for joining us so early. It's the earliest time in Denmark, I think.
Well, what time is it in Denmark right now? I'm just curious. Yeah.
It's 4:30 in the morning.
Okay. Woohoo!
But that's okay.
I just didn't want to interrupt this wonderful exchange that was going on between Alex and Sinette, a very natural flow of conversations. I welcome everyone here today. Thank you for taking the time. And Sinette, really, it's just a genuine pleasure to see you here. And you have some wonderful work and some wonderful ideas to share with us today. So I welcome you to this. Who do we have? Professor Jaffer Sadek. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, sir. How about you, sir? Morning
I'm
I've
very
joined, and we have been discussing with Alex, sir. Later on, Sunil madam also joined, so we have a path together. Yeah. How about you, sir?
Sure. I'm good. The last few days have been very interesting. We've learned something more about soil health every day. Well, we knew a lot about soil health, but a lot of things have been confirmed now as well. And it appears that, all of us are speaking the same language about how and why soil health is connected to everything. So, I'd just like to just jump on to everyone. Hi, Mr. Nasir. Welcome. How are you?
Good. I just landed. Good morning, everyone. It was brilliant talk by Senate. I really appreciate the kind of talk was going on. I just have one quick question for her, because I'm just on the way to my home. I just landed at the Toronto airport. Is there any model available where we can quantify when the farmer is switching from the fertilizer to the manure compost? So maybe we can use that to incentivize the farmers as a subsidy from the private sector, using those carbon credit or something else to encourage them to move from the synthetic fertilizer to the compost.
Very short, I know you tore up, is introducing people. Yes, you can both do a soil sample, but just a very simple one, but it can't stand alone, is the leaf measurements with ammonium nitrate. Because ammonium will be in the leaf if the soil is healthy, and nitrate will be dominant if it's unhealthy soil. And then we use also the Japanese biotrick, where you have the amount of microorganism in the soil, which is a Japanese company just came out. And then you can also combine it with LIDAR scanning, showing, how the biomass above ground is as well. Then you have the water retention, the simple water penetration measurements and stuff like that. So my take on it, if you do a combination on different measurements, and you see that the ecosystem is building to a more green zone, then you actually will have a stronger case than if you just do a one measurement system, because you can always question one measurements. But if you do a combination, and you can actually, in quite a lot of them, let the farmer with a camera doing the tests, or on the phone doing there's some really cool measurement system out there. Then they're actually able to see how is it following a bite. One thing is also biodiversity counts. Pollinator flying by, there's a free AI biodiversity software where you basically put a camera on, and then you of course has to learn, but then you can see that the increase in biodiversity increases with the soil. So a multiple measurement system, that's what I will go for, and then choose the one which really fits within your ecosystem for healthy soil.
My question to both of you, because you two come from vastly diverse environments, is that from what I want to learn from you is that what is the autonomy of the normal farmers to have to not use chemical fertilizers? is there autonomy from the farmers? A lot of times is that because of the financing structure, the farmers could actually be tied into using certain companies or certain types of chemical fertilizers because it's part of maybe the debt process or part of the way the entire farming community is being run. Is there such pushback from this angle?
Sinet, does this apply more to seeds than to fertilizers? Or are farmers also, how would you say, left with no choice but to follow the system? That's the question, right?
I put it in a more gentle way than I use.
You know, in our part of the world, the basic thing is our farmers are illiterate. So they only have the access to the salesperson who are just for convincing them to buy those chemical fertilizer and use them without having any idea. They don't even go for the soil tests and stuff like that. So most of the farmers, they are just trapped into the system, just like Krab said.
Well, to be honest, I think from our understanding as well, maybe Sinet will have a point of view on this, that it appears that farmers, are victims of trust. I think in the beginning, they followed advice. Naturally, like any relationship between humans, right? When you have a vision together, for example, to start a farm and you depend on your partners, obviously they are looking for livelihood, right? And for them, they are told that, okay, the business is put this amount of inputs to generate that amount of outputs, and that's what they do. And I think over 30 to 40 years, we've established that the conversation of farming has been specifically about inputs and outputs, right? And consistently, the cost of inputs are invariably rising, and the stability of outputs and the profitability of the outputs have been lowered significantly. The farmers are not prosperous people. Farmers don't make a lot of money. In fact, they make the least amount of money in the whole business of food, right? And predominantly, there's no doubt that we've missed soil health. Between inputs and outputs, we've missed the processing center, right? So from our perspective, I think universally we can see that there's a loss of soil organic matter in the world, loss of soil fertility in the world, right? Soil now is the reason why climate change is also largely because of what we've done with soil. We've taken away the soil's capacity. We've not really looked at the biorelationships that happen within soil, right? We have more or less been focused more on chemical characteristics and the physical characteristics. We've taken a few choice elements from the periodic table and we've basically used it as marketing, right? And everything's about NPK, but there's so much other things in soil, right? For us to actually understand how it all connects with each other. But we seem to have, an idea that agriculture is just about the inputs and we must use those inputs that are part of the system. And so in Pakistan, I've had the opportunity to visit farms, and I've met with farmers who want to use regenerative and are trying to use better systems, maybe vermicompost, they're trying to go organic, and they're getting better produce. You can see that there's a big difference between their produce and what's generally in the supply chain. But they don't get any value for it from the middleman. The middleman has a standard price. He says, I don't care if you vermicompost or if you use the traditional way, this is our rate. So for them, there's no value for it, right? So actually, it's a system, right? The system is what drives it. And the system has been one all knowledge points to it that that system has, the cost of that system now is that farmers are left in that situation where, soil needs surgery, right? And the issue of why that surgery is being delayed is because farmers not running is unheard of, right? But farmers need to stop running now for a while. Just like in any surgery, if you go for surgery, you have to take a break, right? But they don't have the income that will allow this. There's no sustainability for them, right? So there's no diversion strategy. How long will soil restoration take? Because we're all very clear right now, especially in Pakistan, we've identified soil organic matter is just 0.3 to
normally the farmer, yes sir, sorry for the interruption. So normally the farmers are illiterate. That is also one particular scenario, and also they doesn't have a sufficient fund to farm. So that is the problem. And also the government have to, so obviously they have to support the farmers' perception, and also their income level is also very low for their well-being. So normally it happens because the soil health is the fundamental concept in agriculture, encompassing the physical, chemical, and biological properties of the soil. And also the farmer have to take through. The farmer have to cope up with the chemical fertilizer, whatever they are buying, and also that support the plant growth, nutrient cycle, and also the ecosystem functions. And all this is the thing. An ecosystem function should be crucial once for all. Obviously, it plays a crucial role in determining the productivity, the resilience, and the sustainability of the agricultural system. So this is what is happening because the government have to, obviously they have to support the farmer because a lot of farmers are dying, obviously. So they doesn't have a proper chain to sell the product because they are keeping the margin, and also at the end of the day, the retail price is the businessman is earning more. The farmer, the well-being is totally deteriorated. So this is what the scenario. So in today's world, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, you see, there's another scenario here, and that is basically, the safety of food, the biosecurity of food, and the public health. That is the outcome of all of this, right? There's, especially in the public health salon yesterday, we've already known this, but we've had a lot of information and a lot of collaboration as well in terms of understanding that our food is tainted. Right, and at the end of the day, it has impacted soil biodiversity. From biome of the soil to the gut biome of humans. Right, it's impaired. So from our perspective, I mean, there's a lot of information available where agricultural inputs and runoffs, right, are finding their way into the water table. We're using the same contaminated water to irrigate the crops, right? So holistically, it's a broken cycle, it's a broken system, right? So one thing which surprises me is that why does some of the world's most dangerous and banned ag inputs, why is the global south the market for them, right? At the end of the day, a lot of them find its way into the global south, glyphosate, atrazine, all of this, and these are all known to be causing harm to human health. But we left, in between lawsuits and in between cases globally, the humans are basically being affected, right? So I think a lot of policy has been always to help ag input manufacturers rather than to help farmers, right? So I think we must understand here that, we seem to have put the conversation of food and farming, and we've romanticized farmers, but we've not really given farmers that love that comes with that romantic connection between farmer and food, right? So at the end of the day, it is the farmer is very much just an actor, and he's being given a script, and he follows that script, hoping that it will lead to a better life for him. So you're right, farmers in Pakistan are facing, in fact, everywhere around the world, we were having this conversation the other day as well, that there's hardly a farmer that wants his child to be a farmer, right? We have one gentleman, Samuel, right, who who is a new generation farmer, and he says, yes, I want my child to be a farmer. That's good. He's educated. He's bringing in all sorts of tech, right? So he's looking at the future of farming. So it's interesting. So the thing is that we've not exposed our Kisans and farmers in Pakistan to the potential, right? We've kept them in a sort of a debt trap, right? And there's no great elevation of their community. We seem to want to give them all these applications of just having information sent to them via their mobile phones, right? But we don't develop their communities. We don't develop anything, right? So we really need to speak about, you know, what is the future of agriculture in the global South, and how do we basically look at the future and look at the present and understand what are the things that we need to move away from and what are the things that we need to embrace as quickly as possible. Because is the current future of agriculture in Pakistan sustainable? No, it is not.
Yeah. I'm just curious to know, I mean, from all your perspective, I mean, we all know that monoculture would actually disable us from creating regenerative farming. But is regenerative farming having a coordination issue in the global South? Because it is actually more sophisticated than that. It's just because monoculture is simple. It's one input, one output, and they just whack a crazy amount of fertilizers inside and hope for the best kind of environment, right? But in beyond monoculture, when you talk about regenerating the soil by having various crop rotation or various growing different things within one farm itself, is the farmers equipped to understand this in the global South? Because this is a totally different story compared to that. I mean, the Danish would probably have better knowledge, better access to regenerative farming, no? than the global South. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
First of all, I think it's about the focus. You know, one thing I really think is people have a need, you know, a capability if they're talking about, you know, I have to look at this, how can I do synergies in my ecosystem? And you go to a local farmer and you ask that questions, they will often have all the answers, you know. So it's really about saying what kind of focus on it. Just to give the big perspective here is that we do have a centralization of wealth going to some few people in the Western world, and they are owning all the agrochemical, the food, the medical part, and they are not interested in really health for the community and so on. So they're interested in the business case of disconnecting the synergies of the ecosystem to make their business cases what they ever do, and then basically also have educated the farmers that way. If I'm looking at the global soil, and if I was a leader in the global soil, I'm not, but if I was, I will go all in on regenerative food community, because it's a matter of natural security. When you're looking at the ecosystem collapse we are going to have, you know, it's I hope we'll not have it, but at the path right now, it's an extension path within 15-20 years. Then it's, you know, you're not able to have the national states with the way things are going now, because it will really crumble. So the best way to really keep the natural treasure, the cultural, the food security for the people, and dismantle this wealth towards the north, what is happening, then I will really work on that. So that is a way I will talk with the politician about, is how to stabilize the country, and there the farmer is the key to do that. You know, food is freedom for people. Pollution is giving away freedom, is taking freedom from people, because they don't can go out and fish. They can't do everything. So by controlling food, which is what we see happening now, and put it into the factories, that's basically what they're trying to do now, and control the sea, and everything. They control the whole cycles of things. And then it's very easy to destabilize a country and making sure people don't get any food. That's why we see all the attack on farming right now, because actually, people I have talked to people working with making fake meat in laboratories and in factories, So there's some people who really want us to have all that food production within laboratories, and they're using climate as an excuse for that. But it will not solve the pollution problem. So it will happen anyway, even faster, the collapse. So I will put the angle around and say it's a security angle for the local, and then go really high end on helping the farmers. If I was a leader of the global south, it's a key to dismantle the current system.
I 100% agree with Ms. Sinette. It is a biosecurity and public health issue, right? We have impacted the biosecurity of the planet, and we have disregarded the public health of humans. We'll speak more about that soon. And Mr. Ujawal, good morning, please. Please have Mr. Ujawal, please.
Good morning. Actually, it's really difficult to mute.
No problem. Another beautiful picture. Thank you very much.
I have some problem with my video as well. And good morning. This is Ujjwal Amatya. I'm from Nepal. So I work for an international NGO called Miss. So it's a Danish NGO. And we are more focused on climate change and climate adaptation and mitigation. So actually, I'm a little bit late, and sorry for that. So I heard something about talking about regenerative farming. So in Nepal also, like we are applying this regenerative farming practices with our communities. I think it's also very related with the soil as well, soil management. Actually, regenerative farming is very much linked with the soil management. And talking about this monoculture, definitely we discourage monoculture. So here we are promoting permaculture. So diversification of the plant species that includes crops, horticulture, trees, everything. So when you do monocultures, permaculture, or it also we have experience that it also produce more and good food as well. So that we have experience and in regenerative farming, actually it's linked with our traditional farming as well. So I don't totally reject traditional farming. That's really good, traditional farming, but it needs to be done on scientific way. So people say that the traditional farming is not good, is not sustainable, but I think that the traditional farming, that is sustainable. So it should be linked with the regenerative farming, with the permaculture concept, organic farming, natural farming. That's very important for us. And same thing we are applying here, and we have very good result with that. Applying this regenerative farming or permaculture, we have seen good result and progress, and even the farmers are happy, because if you see if you go with artificial using chemicals, so it's quite expensive as well. So as we move to the regenerative farming or permaculture, the farmers, they are saving their money as well. So they are using the local resources. They are using their indigenous knowledges, indigenous technologies, like for water harvesting, planting crops, crop diversification, stratification. So this has been very good. So we always support about this on regenerative farming and permaculture concepts. So just to add on, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ujjwal. Welcome everyone. Welcome Sinette. Welcome Mr. Alex. Welcome Mr. Jaffer. And I just apologize to join late. I had a power breakdown. I had to travel somewhere far to join. And about regenerative farming, I was just reading yesterday. I didn't know that regenerative farming actually increases the shelf life of products as well. I mean, that can solve a lot of other problems as well. And in Pakistan, we have a quarter of food produced going to waste. I mean, a country in global south at this level, wasting a quarter of its food, that's huge. I mean, even if it can solve 10% of it, it will be huge. So I would like to go to, first of all, Senate. You can, if you're with us. I didn't know you like registered last minute. I didn't know we're gonna have you. So you can just start, give your keynote first. We are saloon chair, Dr. Ashraf from University of Sargodha will be joining a little late for some reasons. So we can start from you. We are already hearing you. So you can start your keynote and then we'll move to our next speaker.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Sinette, you have a delightful presentation. I've been in touch, with Ms. Sinette as well, and I've been working on a different surprise as well, Bilal, which is why I've kept some things away so that it will be a nice surprise for everyone. But Ms. Sinette, we really look forward to your presentation, and I think you have very important things to say, and we've heard some of the very important and significant things that you've said. And it's very important for us, in the Global South to hear that same language, where the problems that you've identified and the issues that you identified resonate with the farmers and resonate with the situation that's happening in the Global South as well. At the end of the day, this divide that we have between North and South is not a good divide, because essentially we need to work together as there's no we can't have good soil in the north and bad soil in the south. The planet needs one united direction. So, Mr. Net, I give the floor to you. Thank you.
Oh, shall I share my screen? Is that okay?
Yes, please. It is your show. Thank you very much.
I just show all windows, yeah. I have a lot open.
No problem.
I have done a presentation, just so you know. Oh, sorry. Which is there's a lot of detail in it, but I will not speak in that much detail. It was more just to then you can get a presentation later to show some of the details. So it's just to help you with that. But basically, just for Nature Plus, we have been in the game for over 2 years. We are still considering us a startup, so we are still really trying to crash the paradigm. But it is really a paradigm shift. And what is a paradigm? Is basically a certain way you think and how you build all your institution and business cases up around that paradigm. And we basically need to have another shift in how we operate things, also in institution, what we are measuring, the thinking behind and stuff like that. So that's what I will go deep in, and I will go deep in how we try to solve that in Nature Plus in our humble small company way. What is the thinking behind? So that is one of the main things is basically that we see that nature can provide plentifulness for people. It's not about how many people we are, it's about how we really manage the thing and our role. So that is the approach, main approach we have. I will just introduce, I call him Simon Ignoramus. This is the current paradigm guy, and he really likes the uniformity. He's driven by a business model of money accumulation, and it's really looking at how can you detach the ecosystem synergy and put your own product in and make money out of that. So they are a provider helping the farmers in their way, but in a synthetic approach. And then they have also really been good in fine-tuning the elements of saying all the advisor to the farmers also, know what kind of synthetic input they're using. And now they're really going for the seed control and also for the GMO as part of it. So it's all business cases related to how can I gain these profits by really dismantle the ecosystem, but helping the farmers to produce a certain quantity of food. So the focus is on the quantity, but not on the quality of things. And so this innovation and what they're really talking about when you are hearing them, it's brilliant to follow some of these guys, because you can really see what the mindset is. It means really chemicals and controlled environments, and also the research is based on this one singular approach. So this is really the mindset around it. In the way they are looking. So just to give you, I use it as a character, just to say what kind of mindsets are behind that. Then we just for this monopolized paradigm, it's like when you look at the economic system, you will know that in a market-based economic, you will work towards monopolized companies if you're not regulated from a societal point of view. And that is what is happening now, is we have very strong monopolized big companies. And that means that you will have these problems of a balanced approach. So in Denmark, we are 1%, 60% of our farmers is 1% away of becoming desert land, basically. And we can see this huge nutrient density decline in food, beef, vegetables, which means we need more land mass to produce. We have all the pesticide residues in all tested persons in Denmark when they're tested for it. And the increased cost has just gone bananas, and it happened all over the world. And the one thing which is really important, the consumer really have no way of verifying how their food is grown. We have over 150 different economic, environmental, social labels. But it's just confusing the consumers, and they really don't know what's behind it as such. So there's a trust issue here. I just talked about it before, we still have this exploitation where they're using climate concerns to have more control in the monopolized setup of the business case. And I'm not saying it just because I have an opinion or not about it. This is just what I'm really observing around the business case. So this is really the paradigm shift in that. What is the problem when you have a paradigm is that it's very strong in structure. On a political level, institutional level, mindset level, down to the operational level. So the pressure on the farmer and the consumer is huge. And that pressure is really, really huge at the moment. So how do you really work with shifting that paradigm? And our approach is basically to do a more attractive model. So people are going over there without even fighting the paradigm. I'm not really into finding an existing paradigm. I'm into how can I make a more attractive model than make the other obsolete. And it's much more fun also to work on. So our vision is basically to have fertile, profitable farms at the norms. So we're looking at biosolutions, nature-based solution that is really effective, that really can help the farmers decrease the cost. We also want to establish that the consumer really like these farmers. So the relationship between the farmer and the consumers, and really also working with a healthy soil around it. And we also want the farmers to be recognized as environmental and climate heroes because they're part of the solution. Right now, they're only seen as problem of the solution, but not seen as a vital part of the solution. So I really want to change the narrative of that. When you're looking at all, and I'm talking from Danish, our perspective is that healthy, craveable food is actually what the customer goes for. Every survey you have about what customer like, it's not the climate and stuff like that. If it's healthy and tastes good, they will come back and they will really crave for that. And it also has to be affordable. So we cannot put a very expensive farming system in that makes the price more, so expensive that they really can't pay anything. The other thing we have is we have an issue where the farmer is not really getting paid for the products that are produced. So how can we channel this money of positive externality value? I mean, the positive environmental impact they have back to the farmer is one of the questions we ask ourselves, and how we can embrace the farmer's customers, through the value chain, so they get the value of selling the product for the farmer for their sales of it. So that's really the inset thinking. And how can we educate a new mindset so you really is the cool guy and woman in the streets and as a company selling these products. So this is really how we are looking at. This is what a farmer cards where we combine some stuff. I will explain a little bit later. So one of the things we are working on is really to go back to the root, redefining the root. And we found a wonderful word called dichem, which is the old original word for earth. And you can see that both people, Homo sapiens and humus, is actually part of that language. So having these having this original, that our role in the world is not to be separate from earth and nature, but it's really an integrated part of nature. We have an integrated role as part of it. So that is something we are trying to do. How can we get that narrative out, and that's thinking out on a higher level? And then we also, one thing I have a lot of experience with is when you have a certain amount of design principles. And for example, for the farmers say, it's important to have diversity because it's increased your resilience within your ecosystem. If one crop goes, you have the other crop. Also for the pollinator, help your crop. The trees around, the web under the soil helps your crop. The birds is actually opening up your photosynthesis earlier, so you have longer time to do the photosynthesis for your plants and stuff like that. Telling these stories, that is, then they will know that the design principle is diversity as resilient. Then they will be able to go out in their own ecosystem and say, okay, I have this principle, how can I apply it? And I have very good experience that when you are really showing the principle for people, they will adapt it very fast and go on and do it on themselves in their context. I also have the wording of free speech for nature, and that's basically also a change in mindset. We have a control mindset right now, but free speech for nature is basically where we allow nature to unfold itself. So that is one of the design principles also for regenerative traditional farming. And when you really go back, they know that, they know that they have to nudge nature, and then allow nature to really work its things, So that's also why when we use microorganism as a compost data, we actually just nudge the process and then it goes by itself. So that is one of the things that we are working with. Then we are defining the role of the farmer, saying this is really the earth stewards we are having here. It's not just a farmer, they're actually the stewards of the land, the garden and of the land, or whatever you want to call it, but really saying this is heighten their role and say, this is really cool guys who's really doing cool stuff, and seeing Earth as a symbiotic way, and really believe in the relationship between human and Earth. So it's not a power game, it's a cooperation game between nature and Earth, and these guys are really good at that. So to heighten their role is very important, and the farmers like that. That's the reason why we use the word Farmer Plus, is because the farmers like to be called Farmer Plus. I'm a Farmer Plus, they just like it. So finding these words where the farmer can see themselves as a role and say, okay, I like that word. It can be a local word for the different cultural, but really saying, okay, I like to be identified as that. That is cool. So that is one thing that is really empowering. Then we're doing the storytelling a little bit about, a reverse, I call it a reverse, Hans Christian Andersen or George Orwell. They use animals as expressing the humans' relationships and what have. And now we are actually trying to use people and characters to describe the different role of the ecosystem. And here is an example of the different microorganisms roles in the soil, where we have cool characters and stuff like that. And the reason is that the kids actually like it and stuff like that. And then, the parents is saying, okay, if you like it, I would like to helps telling the story and stuff like that. So in that way, you increase the knowledge of why it's important, but in a fun way. And we use that in the SOMI when we, for example, one of our farmers have 50,000 customer and they're following him on Facebook. So we use this small storytelling to say what is actually happening here. And then we haven't done it yet, but this is really in our plan, is to really saying the hero campaign. And I actually invite everybody to do a hero campaign. And that is really to say the worms is a hero, the bees are a hero, the cows are a hero, the soil heroes, what are they? So you describe the different heroes of the ecosystem. And the reason why we are really working with that is that people want to be part of the hero, but they don't want to be part of the monster. So in every communication, there's a monster hero communication. If you're looking at the media and stuff like that, it's just, and then there's a nerd once in a while, expert coming in, but it's really that storytelling that is, and people want to be part of the hero storytelling. So it's a way also about explaining how a new way of looking at ecosystem works. And of course, this here is very much in a Western SOMI agenda where all the kids are looking at TikTok or whatever they are doing, but using that as an instrument. Then what is also important in the digital SOMI thing is really engaging them, giving them roles, who's part of the community, saying, oh, you can be a steward, you can be a guard, and you can be an architect, you can have your own avatar. So they're part of that storytelling when they're sitting their home at the computer and doing their stuff and whatever, because we really do have a whole generation and more than one generation who's been disconnected from farming, from soil and stuff like that. And they are in an urban, often environment sitting there. So how can we reach into them and tell them another story in a joyful, gameful way? That is the approach to that. We use also art as a driver. Most of these are, you can see that's AI, but actually the one to the left is a real artist made a worm composting figure for worming composting and make an expression of that, and people really like that. So So using local artists really to also explain some of the things when you are working with the products is also a driver and can help the local arts community as well as part of it. So looking at the storytelling part, is a diverse storytelling part, is the hero campaign, redefined role. We have the book with the whole narrative where I will have these talks with Earth, basically a dialogue talk. We will, I haven't done it yet, but the plan is also to do the podcast or have somebody who's good at podcast doing that, really building up the community. And it could be all local community, it could be global community, depending on your reach for the farmer. You have the digital art collection or physical art collection, and you have the community SoMe platform. So really using the existing technology where people are communicating to really show it. And then we have the farmer cards, which is really where we show the data and we combine it. So we have a collection of 10 to 11 different farmer cards showing water, health, biodiversity, climate, and then the customer are able to really follow the data. So you can imagine you go into a restaurant and you really want this cool beef, and you're told not to eat beef because it's climate damaging, and then you get this QR code and you can see on these farmer cards, you know, that this beef is actually quite cool. And you can buy and get a collection of farmer cards where you can support the farmer in doing it. So then it suddenly becomes a collection item that you can buy and sell. And every time there's revenue going back to the farmer and the artist for every sale they have. So you increase the value going back to the actual farmer. So there's also a tracking system in place here. So it's a way of making the externality value fun and engaging, and the restaurant can do loyalty programs and stuff like that for it. So we are embedding that. And behind that is hardcore data. It's life cycle. I think it's the next one. So behind that is really the life cycle assessment, the multiple measurement system, and stuff like that, the small videos where we show the difference and so on. And we have the artists as well. So really engaging the customer and the value chain and following the process. And what we found with our cases of pharma is that what is really selling for helping the farmer to go a new way is that we actually can do the branding and help them selling the products in a more fun way, so they can go to their sales organization, or they can go directly to their customers showing the new story. That is actually a selling point for us, because our primary customer, that is the farmer. It's not like offsets, you know, the farmer is just a supplier there. Everybody's saying that the farmer is basically a supplier. But our primary customer is the farmer, is to make the farmer shine. And that means everything we do is to really say, how can we increase the value for the farmer? So we have 3 points. We have helping them to do the practice of finding solutions so they really can make a healthy ecosystem with saving like this $500 per hectare in the operational costs. Then we put the evaluation on, so they really, you know, we can get rid of all the labels, but really show this is the real-time data. And then we engage the value chain and the consumers in the process. So we are making sure that they will come back and buy it. But then what we also find out is that when people start to taste their products, we go back to the healthy, craveable products. They find that it's really good. So they're coming back, and then they tell their friends, this is really good, and stuff like that. And then you start to have that increased revenue. And in Denmark, especially with the farmer community, is the first farmer really on it, and they can see it's a good business case. Then they talk to each other, and then we can see it coming now. The ketchup bottle is coming now, and so then they start to help each other. Say, hey, this is a good thing, and so we have actually farmers coming to us now instead of us approaching the farmers. So it's a way of building up the system around it. Yeah, and that's basically what I had around this. Hopefully not too long. I can talk forever.
Ms. Sinet, thank you so much. You can stop sharing your screen now. Ms. Sinet, firstly, I connected with every single part of your presentation, and I agree holistically with your approach. I do have this common, I believe this enigma that you have created, or this sort of profiling, or I wouldn't say, but this the character Simon Ignoramus, right, is a fascinating character, right? Indeed, his agriculture has been defined by Simon Says. Simon says this, therefore agriculture is that. Simon says this, therefore agriculture is that. So I'm well aware of the threat of Simon Ignoramus, and I agree with you that it is the phenomenon of the global South as well, right? Sometimes how people learn to queue up in banks because they put ropes, right? We walk into a bank, right? Otherwise, it's just chaos, right? Yeah. So basically, the policy and the philosophies of the likes of Simon Ignoramus is really about, putting everybody, like in a horse race. I believe in a horse race, they put blinders on the horse, right? So the horse can't see what's on the left and right. So in many ways, I think Simon Ignoramus has been extremely successful in putting blinders on farmers, right? And farmers are left disconnected, right, with their soil. So holistically, I share the same values. Metagood shares the same values with you. And a lot of farmers and a lot of people in the global South will also share the same values with you, because, the ideas that you have brings back pride, brings back social equity to the farmer, right? And for me, as a system change, ecosystem startup in Pakistan. Now, what is a system change? In order to actually create a system change, you need a system change design, you need a system change solution, you need commodities for the system change, you need system change media, then you need a system change culture, right? What you're doing is a system change culture, right? Which is what we really need specifically. And I think the time is absolutely right where the visuals and the ideas and the beautiful graphics and the beautiful art and storytelling that you have, it just makes it a wonderful piece of system change culture. Actually, you've written a whole story, created a whole story. And I love stories. And, we are working with Planet Soil in Pakistan. And, we're also doing work with BioMe makers as well. So for us, soil health, as a soil health and protein health company, we have a great responsibility, because as you know, Sinet, soil health and protein health are the purest forms of things that you can do business in, and it is, and you really have to take responsibility about the decisions you make. And you cannot put profit over planet, when you're in such business, right? You have to design your sustainability according to what is good design thinking for the planet. So yeah, we have an idea actually that we do feel that we need a culture here. So, we have Lahore Jazz Ensemble, right? That is has been working with Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, has been working with Madam Noor Jahan, has been working for the last 2 decades with different musical artists in Pakistan. So they know all the folk songs. They know, and in fact, they don't just know the folk songs, they also know music like U2, and they know all sorts of modern music as well. I've heard them do a rendition of Despacito as well, so it's all very interesting. So music is a great connector as well, where you can tell the stories. And our idea was, we want to create a Sesame Street of puppets, right, for soil animals, right, planet soil animals. So yeah, we're hoping to work with a gentleman, Mr. Peter Clayton, as well, from Australia. I think he'll be joining us later today. And holistically, Sanet, I welcome you, and I invite you to share and join us in this mission that we have in the Global South. And I believe that your ideas and absolutely spot on, and we can tell the story of Simon Ignoramus in Urdu, in Punjabi. We can tell it in Nepal. We can tell it in the African language. What do you say, Mr. Ujawal? Do you agree with my thoughts? Mr. Ujawal, are you there? Alex, what did you think of this? Assalamu alaikum, Professor Ashraf. Assalamu alaikum.
Hello. Who's okay? Anyway, I was thinking when Siddharth is giving that talk, which is really interesting, because I mean, recently I came across something that I don't know if you guys have seen it on TV. Is that an ice cream that doesn't melt? They sell it at Walmart. It's an ice cream that doesn't melt. That has no amount of milk inside. I mean, it has gum component and stuff that prevents it from melting. One guy did an experiment, 24 hours out in the open, it doesn't melt. What I'm saying is that more and more, because of, I don't know whether it's economic crisis or is it technology, we are creating food that barely pass off as food, right? So I'm just curious, from this development, how do people discern what is good anymore in terms of actually food? I do understand that even alternative meat is actually a creation, especially in Singapore. We want to create alternative meat as a sort of food security that enables us to synthesize protein for food security. And that is one of the unique needs that Singapore has, for example. But beyond that, a lot of things, even some potato chip companies produce potato crisps that they can't register as potato chips because they have no component of potatoes inside. Kind of thing. We are more and more engineering things that barely pass off as food and barely creates any nutrient, which means that the nutrient cycle, so-called, for humans are more or less broken. Which is quite unfortunate, because why we do have the ability to create food security via better soils, but we are not. We are using technology to bypass this process. And any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the there's a lot of small business casing driving that way, but one of the, I think, really important thing is to tell the positive micro stories, like how the health in the guts, micro health in the gut, is linked to the soil, for example, and tell that story in a fun way for the customers, because then they will start looking for it. So the energy go there where the focus are, the decision of buying go there where the focus are. So in being able to create all these links which the ecosystem really can provide, and how we are integrated with that, and how that is important for your health. For example, the ammonium and nitrate leaves I've talked about. Nitrate is actually a cancer substance, So telling that we want more ammonium in the leaves is a good thing also for your health. It's we have a lot of science backing all these things up. So it's basically helping people to reconnect with our ecosystem. One of the key KPIs I see is a healthy, nutrient-rich food. If we have, you can't produce it without a healthy ecosystem and healthy soil. It's not possible. So telling that story, people can understand and then want to have that. They want to have healthy things for themselves. So basically, empowering. What we are trying to do is empowering the customer to make a decision on a more open grounds for themselves, better decision for themselves. So that will be my approach towards it. The climate agenda is really driving the other type of business models, because that is the KPI. The CO2 is the KPI. And KPI works, when you have a KPI, everybody goes that way. I try to disrupt that KPI and say, there's a lot of storage here. It's a healthy ecosystem. That's the KPI. The healthy food, the nutrients level in food is a healthy KPI. So the decision.
I agree with you, Sinet. I just thought I'd let you know, over the last few days, we've developed ideas and new systems thinking. And one key system is that we feel we should eliminate the conversation of from farm to table and restructure it and position it as from soil to table. We also feel that, we should create that those connections of from cloud to soil and from soil to cloud, right? And more importantly, I believe we should propagate soil biome to gut biome, right? So that we can understand. So these are the three concepts that we've been speaking about the last few days, because the consciousness, right? Farm to table leaves out soil. We need to take out farm, put soil to table, because farm is part of soil, right? So we need to bring the story back to soil. As you know, in Europe, you guys are doing a fabulous job training and teaching your youth. I've done research and discovered that kids as young as 7 and 8 are being taught about the power of soil. The language of soil is being introduced to them, right? So there's all of this which is vital to them. So with what we will do, Alex, shall we get the conversation in from our chef from Pakistan at the University of Sargodha, or would you like to have your input now on your presentation?
I'm fine either way. I think if he needs to talk now, he can start. That doesn't matter. I'll just go and do something. I'll come back in half an hour. Yeah.
I think that I'm so grateful to you. Your thoughts and your ideas. I really love the presentation and the thinking that you will have for us today on the supply chain and boardroom decision making. So let's see you back in half an hour, or if you would like to. Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you so much.
Okay,
all right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye bye.
Okay.
Okay, sir. We'll see you in half an hour. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Dr. Asher.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turab. I will discuss soil degradation and what are the main factors that can affect soil degradation. That's all. Yeah. My presentation is visible to all of you.
Yes, Dr. Saab, it's visible.
Yeah.
Great.
Management. I will talk on management strategies for reversing soil degradation. First of all, we will talk what is the importance of soil As you know, soil is the base of life on this planet. It supports plant that provides us with our basic necessities of life. It nourishes and supports the living organism. It serves as a platform for all economic activities. At the same time, it filters out different toxicants and make the environment clean and healthy. It supports biodiversity. It serves as home sites for trillion and trillion microorganisms, which are important in different biochemical reactions, which are vital for the existence of life on this planet. At the same time, it serves as a sink for various greenhouse gases and play a vital role, very important role in making the environment healthy and clean. Now, we will see what is soil degradation. The basic purpose of soil is to support life on this planet. A change in soil health and quality status, which reduces its capacity to provide goods and services to its beneficiaries. We say soil is degrading. Why the soil is degrading? What are the main factors that contribute to soil degradation? The most important factor for soil degradation are the unsustainable management practices. Many of the people who are working with soil, they do not know what is soil and how should it be used. As a result, due to poor use, due to unsustainable use of soil, soil is degrading day by day. Waterlogging and water scarcity is another important factor that contribute to soil degradation. Use of poor quality water also contribute to soil degradation due to deposition of salts in soil. Deforestation is another important factors that contribute to soil degradation. Accelerating soil erosion, increasing salinization and solidification, depletion of organic matter and soil fertility, soil contamination, environmental pollution, harsh climate. All these are the important factors that contribute to soil degradation. How can soil degradation be measured? There are different parameters that can be used to measure soil degradation. Number one, visual symptoms. Number two, physical indicators. Number three, chemical indicators. Number four, biological indicators. These are the four parameters by which we can measure soil health or soil degradation. Visual symptoms include change in soil color and appearance. If the soil is brown, or soil is white, or soil is bluish, the color of soil, although color of soil has no direct impact on the plant growth, but it indicates the soil health. Plant growth limitations. If plant growth on a particular soil is limited, it means there is some problem in the capability or capacity of soil to support plant. Consequently, the plant growth will be limited on degraded soil. Horizon thickness, area under forest, presence of rills and gullies, sediment deposition. All these factors, they are contributing to measure soil degradation. Physical factors include soil texture, aggregate stability, porosity and permeability, compaction, crusting and sealing, penetration, resistance, and surface runoff. These are the physical parameters that can be used to measure soil health or soil degradation. Chemical indicators include ion exchange capacity, soil salinization and solidification, soil pH, soil pollution and contamination, soil organic matter content, nutrient cycling and fertility status of soil. Biological indicators to measure soil degradation or soil health include nature and extent of microbial population, microbial activities in soil, and byproduct of microbial activities in soil. These are the biological indicators that can be used to measure soil degradation. What is the need to reverse degradation? What is the need to protect soil? What is the need to maintain soil health? As I have already discussed, soil is the base of life on this planet because it provides food, fiber, and shelter to all living organisms. If soil is deteriorating, it means there is problems in the existence of life on this planet. As the result of different natural and anthropogenic factors, soil is degrading very rapidly. It has been estimated that about 20% of the cropland, 16% of the forest land, 19% of the grassland, 27% of rangeland are degrading at world level. Overall, soil degradation area is 5,670 million hectares, that costing about 40 billion US dollar. If we talk about Pakistan, Pakistan is predominantly dry land country. Being arid and semi-arid regions, our soils are more vulnerable to soil degradation. Restoration of degraded soil must be the highest priority and of utmost importance and urgency, as it is critical for well-being and conservation of ecosystem. Soil conservation is the set of farming techniques and management strategies aims to protect the soil from degradation. Soil conservation is the protection of land from different kinds of degradation. It is the use of land according to its capacity. Soil is heterogeneous in nature. One type of soil cannot be used for all type of crops. Unfortunately, the people do not know what is the capacity of soil. Consequently, they are using the soil blindly. And this blind use of soil without caring its capacity, without caring the fertilizer and management requirement of growing crop, when we use the soil in a blind way, soil will deteriorate. And soil conservation means the use of land according to its capacity and needs to keep it permanently productive. All measures required to achieve permanent productivity of soil is very important, is an important tool of soil conservation. So these are the different conservation strategies. By adopting them, we can protect the soil health, we can maintain the soil health, we can keep the soil in good health. Number 1, conservation tillage. Number 2, contour farming. Number 3, terracing. Number 4, strip cropping. Number 5, wind breaks. Number 6, appropriate crop rotation. Number 7, green manuring. Number 8, integrated nutrient management, integrated pest management, cover crops and mulches, buffer strips, grassed waterways, amendments and conditioner application on a regular basis. What is the conservation tillage? Conservation tillage is aimed to reduce the soil compaction, surface runoff, nutrient loss, and soil erosion, while promoting soil organic matter, conserving soil moisture, avoiding soil temperature fluctuation, and all these results to maintain the soil in good health. It has been reported, these figures indicates the effect of different tillage practices on surface runoff and soil loss. And we have seen that contour tillage with no tillage, that is M, contour tillage with no tillage resulted in minimum surface runoff and consequently minimum soil loss. Surface runoff is the major cause of soil erosion. When there is a higher or big surface runoff, there will be big erosion. By adopting different tillage practices, we can slow down the speed of flowing water. Ultimately, there will be more infiltration of water into soil that results in lower runoff and lower soil loss. And in this experiment, we have seen that contour farming with no tillage resulted in minimum surface runoff and minimum soil loss. Effect of different tillage practices on soil organic matter, runoff and soil loss. And we have seen that contour tillage with no tillage result in maximum accumulation of organic matter, minimum runoff, and consequently minimum soil loss. Water runoff and soil loss under different soil tillage system. No tillage practice caused minimum runoff and minimum soil loss by erosion, because this type of tillage helps to more infiltration of water into soil, which results lower water to flow freely on the surface and results in lower soil loss by erosion. Soil organic matter content and total nitrogen concentration at a different tillage system. And we have seen that no tillage results in maximum or highest organic matter and total nitrogen in soil as compared to other systems. Relationship between soil organic matter content, runoff, and soil loss. It reveals very clearly that soil organic matter is inversely proportional to runoff and soil loss. It means if there is a higher amount of organic matter, it improves soil permeability, infiltration rate. Consequently, there will be more infiltration into soil, less water will be available to flow freely, that cause minimum soil loss. Relationship between biological yield, runoff, and soil loss. Biological yield is inversely proportional to runoff and soil loss. Contour farming, that is another very important practice to reduce the flow rate of water. It is a practice of tilling slope land along the line of consistent elevation. Farming on contour creates ridges that intercept the water flow, reduces its speed, and consequently there will be more infiltration of water into soil. Less water will available to flow freely, and consequently there will be less soil erosion by adopting contour farming. Effect of different tillage system on enrichment ratio of total nitrogen, available phosphorus, and available potassium in the runoff and soil loss. Contour farming with no tillage contour tillage with no tillage resulted in minimum runoff of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in surface runoff and soil loss. Consequently, the soil fertility depletion or degradation by erosion will be reduced by adopting contour tillage with no tillage. Terracing is the landscaping in which sloped plane has been cut into different steps. What is the purpose of terracing? Terracing, it makes the water flow down the hill safely to an stable outlet. The purpose of terracing to slow down the speed of water on a soil surface and to make the stay of water on soil for greater time. When water stays on soil for greater time, there will be more infiltration of water into the soil. Consequently, less water will flow on the surface as runoff, and ultimately it results in lower soil loss. From this figure, we can see bench terrace and level terrace. It results minimum runoff and sediment loss. Consequently, erosion will be minimum in case of bench terrace and level terrace. Strip cropping, producing crop in strips running across the slope can greatly reduce the risk of erosion by cutting surface water runoff approximately half. Using strips effectively shorten the slope length, thereby slowing the runoff speed and consequently surface soil erosion. Here we can see effect of strip cropping. Strip cropping with grasses in the first and second year resulted in a significant decline or reduction in water runoff, soil loss, and humus loss. Effect of strip cropping on nutrient losses. Strip cropping with grasses for the year 1 and 2 also resulted minimum losses of nutrient by surface runoff. Windbreaks, planting trees or shrubs in rows perpendicular to the wind direction. The purpose of windbreak to reduce the speed of wind. To minimize the wind erosion, windbreaks reduces soil erosion by reducing the wind speed and intercepting water runoff from agricultural land. When wind intercept with these windbreaks, its speeds will be reduced and it causes lower wind erosion. These windbreaks are also helpful to reduce the velocity of flowing water and results in lower water erosion. Reduction of wind speeds along increasing distance. So crop rotation can play an important role in maintaining the soil fertility and structural stability. If crop rotation is very good, it resulted in more addition of organic matter and contribute to structural stability and make the soil more resistant to soil erosion. If the soil crop rotation is not appropriate, it can make the soil compact. Consequently, water infiltration will be less. More water will be available on the surface to flow freely, and it will cause more soil loss. Soil organic matter variation under different cropping system. A cropping system that add more organic matter into soil will helpful to maintain structural stability and make the soil healthier. Green manuring, practice of plowing under green manuring crop. Green manuring helps to increase organic matter content, structural stability, porosity, aeration, water infiltration, water and nutrient holding capacities, carbon sequestration, and reduce the emission of greenhouse gases. By adding green manuring crop, we can add organic carbon in the soil that not only improve the soil health, but serve to retain greenhouse gases, particularly carbon dioxide, methane, and make the environment healthier. Integrated nutrient management, the use of different sources of nutrient, organic, inorganic, and biofertilizers. It is very important to maintain the soil health. I think in present scenario, the major problem for poor soil health or for soil degradation is the decreasing amount of organic matter, because organic matter serve as a shifting agent to improve structural stability and make the soil healthier. Furthermore, organic matter improve microbial activities in soil that not only play a very important role in nutrient cycling, but also in structural stability. So by adopting integrated nutrient management, we can make the soil more healthy, and consequently, we can reverse soil degradation. Cover crop and mulches, growing crops for seasonal protection of soil, seasonal protection and improving the soil. If the soil is bare, the soil will be more vulnerable to different degrading agents. By using cover crop or mulches, we can improve the soil health, improve organic matter content, soil fertility, soil tilth, water infiltration, water and nutrient holding capacity, and ultimately soil will be healthier. Buffer strips, protective zones, farmland, these strips are very important to reduce the soil degradation by erosion. These strips lower the speed of flowing water and making the soil more stable against erosion. Buffer strips also reduces the action of wind on soil erosion. If there are buffer strips, when wind intercepts with these plants, it protects the soil from erosion. Grassed waterways, the primary purpose of grassed waterways is to convey runoff from terrace, diversions, and other areas of water concentration without causing erosion. The basic purpose of waterways to convey the water runoff without causing considerable damage to soil degradation. Dear fellows, soil amendments and soil conditioners, they are playing a very important role in improving soil organic matter, in improving soil infiltration rate and other physical and chemical properties of soil, and it results in lower soil degradation and make the soil healthier. At the end, there are some suggestions and recommendations to make the soil healthier. Different factors that are contributing to soil degradation, they are unsustainable agricultural practices, overexploitation of natural resources, deforestation, growing population and urbanization, harsh climate. These are the major factors that contributing to soil degradation. We must protect the soil against these degrading factors. Soil degradation, reversing of soil degradation is very important to feed growing population, to maintain biodiversity, and address the climate crisis. As I have already told, that soil is vital for the existence of life. It not only provides food for us, but it supports plants that are playing a very important role in maintaining the balance between two life-sustaining gases, that is oxygen and carbon dioxide. If the soil is healthier, it serves as a sink and it retains different greenhouse gases. On the other hand, if the soil health is poor, soil is degraded, it serves as a source of greenhouse gases and it emits different gases into the atmosphere that make the atmosphere polluted and unhealthy. Overexploitation of soil and natural resources should be avoided. Due to rapid increase in population, there is overexploitation of natural resources that consequently reduces the quality of these natural resources and making the environment more vulnerable to degradation. For reversing soil degradation, we should adopt sustainable soil management practices. We should adopt integrated nutrient management. We should adopt integrated pest management. We should adopt appropriate crop rotation. We should do green manuring and other management strategies for improving soil health. Soil erosion can be avoided by covering the soil surface, using contouring, windbreaks, buffer strips, and controlled grazing to improve soil health. On the initiation of water erosion, plugging of rills and gullies should be done immediately. But deforestation is another important factors for degrading the soil. Deforestation is another challenge to soil health. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, deforestation rate is very high. It should be encouraged. Pakistan should spend at least 5% of GDP to cope with issues of soil and environmental degradation. Major constraints in terms of weakness in institutional and regulatory framework, technical and financial deficiency should be overcome to protect the soil, to maintain the soil healthier. Thank you very much. Now we are available for any discussion.
So, Dr. Ashraf, thank you so much. You can switch off your screen share. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I wanted to say that I'm just delighted. Could you take off the screen share, please, so that we can, thank you. I'm really delighted that, you know, our all of our sessions, our chairs from Pakistan, we have seen great knowledge from them. And I really applaud you, Dr. Ashraf, because, you know, as the chair and Center for Soil Excellence, for Soil Actions for the Future of Agricultural Pakistan, I think your thoughts are comprehensive about what we need, right, to return to in terms of soil health. So I'm really delighted that you are with us. We have, you know, Mr. Henry Rowlands with us. We're just going to break to him. He's got some very interesting system change and solutions that are good for food safety and at the same time great for soil as well. Sanette, are you still with us? All right, Mr. Henry, please.
Yes, I am.
Yes, Sanette, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to join.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it was wonderful to catch the end of Dr. Ashraf's information. Thank you very much. It's great
Dr.
to see.
Ashraf. Yeah. It's Dr. Ashraf, Henry.
Dr. Ashraf, yes, as I said. Dr. Ashraf's presentation was fabulous. It really went into depth about what we need to do to protect soil health. So thank you also for that. Basically, I've spent the last 15 years around the world looking at different ways of measuring soil health. I was working at and as a consultant for PwC for a number of different governments in Europe, as well as some pension funds in the Nordic countries and in Canada, looking at specifically the how to measure biodiversity, how to measure soil, and also how to measure water. So those were the three areas that I've been concentrating on over that period. The difficulty has always been how to incentivize farmers accurately on how they can increase sustainability on farm and be rewarded for it. And for that, they need auditable data. So auditable data in general requires us to be able to actually measure in field, because a lot of the lab measurements that come are almost always unauditable. And so I remember I was at a meeting in Australia. There was a meeting where there was different groups, Australian government, I think it was Macquarie Bank, who had been spending a huge amount of money on a carbon credit system that didn't work because of unauditable soil data. Since then, I've been looking at methods from different parts of the world, from Brazil to different universities in Europe. And I actually came across 4 years ago a group in the University of Texas at Dallas. I'll just share my screen. And the difficulty that I'd been finding up until then is that there was nothing available to measure soil health in real time and actually in the field, so that you could actually the only things that were available were things that needed a technician. So you had to go out with an expert technician, which always cost a lot of money, to actually either take samples and send them to the lab, or you had to actually get a technician to use a expensive technology to take readings. So what we did is we were looking for in situ measurement possibilities, things that you could place in the field and would take measurements without the need for a technician, and would be accurate and affordable, because one of the huge problems of measuring soil health and biodiversity is affordability. Especially in the global south, we found it's really difficult to find technicians to go out into the field and actually collect samples, and then it's difficult to get them to send them to a lab that's close enough with good enough methods for testing. So all sorts of problems surrounding soil health in general. This led us to the University of Texas at Dallas, and actually a solution from a totally different world, from the biomedical world. So the group led by Dr. Shalini Prasad in UTD had been working for the previous 15 years on biomedical solutions, solutions that were to measure different parameters in the human body. So cortisol, glucose, also markers of sepsis. And they've received a lot of money from the US government for real-time, non-invasive measurement in passive sweat. So the sweat that we all sweat 24 hours a day, not the sweat after exercise. And they had enabled electrochemical sensors for the first time to be used in low moisture conditions. So the conditions that we would find also in the environment, like in soil in some cases. So we took the learning from the biomedical world and we've transferred that learning into the environmental space. And specifically, our first port of call is soil. So we set up Soil Information as a public benefit corporation 2 years ago. And we've been doing research and development ever since, both with UTD and with Texas A&M and Arizona State University as the people who have been validating our work. As you all know, soils are in crisis globally. Some incredible facts that I've picked up over the years. We've lost about half of the carbon in the soil that was there originally globally, which is a huge amount. And 90% of global soil is at risk according to the FAO. So big issues. Now, what we've done both in lab and now in field, we've had great success at measuring a number of different aspects of soil health. So the soil, both pools of soil carbon, soil organic carbon and soil inorganic carbon, bulk density, so that you can get a tons per hectare output, moisture, and both pools of nitrogen, so nitrate and ammonium. Those are the key areas that we've concentrated on so far. These sensors, which are very small, electrochemical sensors, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of this slide, there is a very small electrochemical chip that is placed inside a probe and placed in the soil by anyone. This can be placed in by a farmer, by an agronomist, whoever needs to. And these are just left in the field. There's no requirement for a technician. You leave the probes in the soil, and we're taking a reading every 8 hours. So there's a reading every 8 hours at the moment for all of those parameters. And the sensor chips themselves are in the low single digits in dollars. So this makes it inherently affordable to start measuring these things in field. So far, we have actually validated with Texas A&M all of the different soil types, all of the main soil types within the soil pyramid. And we have over 90% accuracy against the gold standard, being soil cores, dry combustion methods. So we have over 90% accuracy, both in lab and in field. So we've done 5 field tests, large ones, both in the rainforest in Costa Rica to different soil types across the US. And so that's the stage we're at the moment. We've been concentrating on making sure that the world is aware of different methods for soil health measurement, but specifically for the sensors that we're building. There are other methods out there. which can be used by a technician. So you can take them out, for example, infrared and gamma, but they don't give enough accuracy out of lab. They give reasonable accuracy in lab, but when you take them out of lab, the accuracy isn't as high, which has been a big problem for these measurements. So one of the areas that we've been working on as well is we realized that primary data of measurement is not enough to move global markets into analyzing and getting involved with incentivizing increased soil health. And so we've been working with Texas A&M and Arizona State University on building a global contextual soil health data platform. This came about from a meeting with the European Union in which the members of the European Parliament stated that even if they have excellent primary raw data from sensors or from other methods, they don't know what it means. So it doesn't give them enough context to give accurate subsidies or to give accurate payments for carbon credits. They need to also understand where a farmer is on their carbon journey, which is vital also, or where they are on their water holding capacity journey, so that they can see, once they get that primary data, how it compares to a historical baseline and how it compares to what's attainable on specific fields in specific locations. So we've been doing that over the last 2 years with a very large number of PhD students across the US, is building a 250-meter resolution model that we've just completed for both the historical baseline for the year 2020 for both pools of carbon, soil organic carbon and soil inorganic carbon, and also water holding capacity at the same resolution. We've used millions of data points and only historical data points from gold standard measurements from soil cores, not satellite, because we don't believe satellite's accurate enough at this moment. So we've been looking at just building these models. Now we finished for the continental US, that model. We're moving on to Europe, which will be finished by summer. And we're also moving on to Africa and Asia this year. So this will be a globally available model very soon. We've, as I mentioned, it's been a pretty quick progress from the initial work at the University of Texas at Dallas to now. We want to develop other sensors for other soil health parameters because it's really vital that we get a good full picture of soil health rather than just concentrate on carbon. We want to look into the microbial activities underground as well, which are vital from an understanding for both the farmers and the people who wish to incentivize farmers to increase sustainability. Lots of groups involved in the project. Most of those have been very active, like the 4 per 1,000 group from the French government. In fact, their executive secretary, their executive director is on our advisory board, basically to try and develop systems that work globally for monitoring soil health. Yeah, that's basically the full project for soil information. I think best to stop there and take any questions that anyone may have, and then get on to other details on how we can take soil health into the consumer world and encourage brands to work on a better system to support soil health.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henry.
Thank you, Henry. Bilal, just got a couple of things to
Sure,
firstly
sure.
say that I think the work that Soil Information is doing is phenomenal, and certainly the Global South needs technologies and ideas and the connection to soil biome, to gut biome, and to actually understand, part of the process and how we connect it and ensure that there's a good link between soil health and human health, right? And we can see the transparency behind that. So obviously, we hope that will be the future of progress here. Alex, you had a question, and I think after which Henry has the second part of his presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. You apparently this presentation has answered my call, because I got a business case for you. I'm actually very interested always to link measurement, especially of soil health, which is actually the missing link. We've always been trying to use DMRVs to measure things, except that there is currently I have no understanding of how to measure soil health. Because I do have people in Indonesia who wants to use biochar to sequester the biomass which their palm oil plantation has produced, which is a massive amount. What they want to do is that they want to regenerate the soil, and they want to actually measure how the biochar can actually affect the soil in a positive way. Of course, there will be baseline measurement. Your DMRV or your sensors that will be put into a DMRV is perfect for this data logging capabilities. So if you guys are interested to do a pilot in a relatively large plantation, I do have people for you, and I do have a lot of ideas on how we could actually create a business case for it. Because once we can actually understand how biochar can be sequestered without doing the very, very basic form, I want to really see impact going on into commercial projects, whereby we can now unlock the carbon offsets into benefiting not only the conglomerates, but also to push rewards down to the individual smallholding farmers, which to me, I'm always interested to create systems, because systems can work with or without me around, honestly, because I do not want to hold on to knowledge. Once I create this sort of ecosystem through DMRV, through data logging, through understanding the baseline, and actually creating the quantum whereby soil improvement could actually mean increased revenue, increased yields, and also locked in more carbon, we can create an ecosystem that is workable for the sustainability pivot. Because a lot of times that I do know that offsets, I mean, in my opinion, is not a permanent fixture. It is an ability for us to shift towards sustainable regenerative agriculture. And this company that I've talked to also have a lot of ideas about doing biodiversity index and how to actually improve it in their conservation part of their plantation. Yeah.
So a couple of really brief things on that, which are key. So what we found is measuring both pools of carbon is vital. The soil inorganic carbon pool has been often ignored, which is a complete disaster for lots of areas of the world. Because it's vital as in some places over half of the carbon pool, and not as stable as everyone thinks, is an interesting area. But the most important thing is to be able to take the heartbeat of Mother Earth, right? The time point measurements don't make sense. If I take a measurement today and I take one in 3 or 5 years, and I try and make some sort of statistical comments about what that means, I can say quite safely that it means very little. Because
we need real time. We need real time measurement, basically, right? To make it more significant.
And we can see that just from the field trials, because we're taking soil cores at the same time as the field as the sensor measurements. If we take the average every 8 hours versus the average of soil cores once every month, there's a big problem with the soil core measurements because of that average point. So even though it may be 1% different, that's a lot when you're paying lots of money out. And that's the big problem here. But yeah, that's happy to discuss offline about
your DMRV system actually has a data logging capability whereby every 8 hours you actually create that data stream into your remote location, right?
Exactly.
Okay, that'll be perfect, because that's exactly what is needed to actually understand. I mean, if we want to create a carbon offset environment, that would actually create a business model you can replicate once it works. I mean, with whatever gold standard you want to talk about, with a really gold standard or proto earth or whatever kind of carbon offsets, then we could actually talk about rewarding what would you say, rewarding all the people involved to make this more viable, which is exactly what you want, right?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, let's talk offline on this, because to me this is exciting. This is really exciting. Yeah.
No, Henry, both Alex and I are from Singapore, and I'm equally as excited as he is. And the potential here in Pakistan is naturally for us to develop collaboration. We have 7 universities on board with us, right? We certainly would like to develop collaboration with the University of Sargodha, with the University of Faisalabad, which Alex is chair of as well. We would have loved to have you with us on that day where Alex discussed, the future of green wealth and natural capital tokenization, right? So we are ready basically in Pakistan, and we've got the right people here also with us. We've got a great collection of farmers and the network here. You missed that day as well, a gentleman called Kisan Ki Awaaz Suno, who has a network of 1 million farmers who are all looking to move towards regenerative and organic practices. So, welcome everybody to the potential and the reality and the realization that we can have a future-ready Pakistan. So very quickly, I'll go to Sanet and Henry. Henry has the second part right after this. And I've just been seeing so many messages, and I think lots of people have questions for you. So let's just yes, Sanet, please take it away.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to use your method in Denmark, and we are kind of trying to solve the thing about engaging the customer in a real-time data environment. So I will catch up on you. So what is and what is, I think, very interesting in your method, and it's also a question, is for example, in the Danish environment, the seasons, you have 4 seasons, which has very different characters on every biological parameter of the ground, and also the way they farm. So being able to work with that context with your measurement system, I think will increase the management of the farming in a whole different level. So I would love to work with you on how we can use that, contents in the Danish contents, but your measurement system to understand the balance. And I would like to know a little bit about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's absolutely our aim to be getting 365 days of data back. And the only difficulties are going to be right in the middle of summer, anywhere when the soil moisture goes below about 6%. Now that's I know in most areas of Pakistan, because I've looked at the soil mapping and moisture mapping, because some of our groups did mapping there with the FAO before, that below 6% could happen for a couple of weeks a year. So we wouldn't get as good data in that period. But for the rest of the year and down to -10 degrees, the sensors work. In fact, they work from -10 to 60 centigrade. That's been proven in the biomedical space because they've been used on humans in extreme conditions for the past 15 years. So would love to take this offline and have a chat.
Yeah, definitely. But also, how long can how far can the chips goes down?
Well, electrochemical sensors are used in oil and gas fields, so they can go down a kilometer. They're literally pretty much at any depth. We place them at 30 to 40 centimeters at the moment, but the best possible structure is to actually have 3 levels at about 10 centimeters, 30 to 40 centimeters, and 90 centimeters, so that you actually understand the soil carbon cycle in the soil rather than just estimating at 10 centimeters or estimating at 30 centimeters. Also important for the soil nitrogen cycle. But the different heights or depths within the soil are vital to be measured at the same time in the same location.
Brilliant. Cool.
I think that's the real story of soil information, right? That idea of at 30 and 60 and 90 to be able to understand, right, what forms the real value and the real health of the soil. So with that,
100%.
Henry, let's go to part 2. Thank you.
Excellent. And I'm going to keep part 2 shorter. But basically, before I got into the soil health world, I've been measuring pesticides and measuring aspects of food safety and also for human health reasons in the pesticide world. And it obviously affects soil health. Larger amounts of inputs have bad aspects to do with affecting the microbiome in the soil. I'm not saying that no inputs is the answer. I'm saying that lower amounts of inputs are often the answer. And so, and I think pretty much everyone globally now recognizes that lower amounts of inputs is vital. So what we've done, actually, this started off again as a human health project. We tested with the University of California, San Francisco, people across the US for the levels of glyphosate in their bodies. And we then moved on to testing the whole Japanese parliament, all of the members of parliament. We tested people in the European Parliament for levels of glyphosate and other pesticides and also plasticizers in their bodies. That led to an interest from the food industry. This is through a project called the Detox Project, which I run. And the Detox Project has been testing food for the last 6 or 7 years now in different locations for inputs. We basically, and I'll share my screen again if I can here. 1 second. So basically what we do is we work with the brands, and this is vital from a soil health aspect as well, is the work with the global brands that are working. This is actually an old presentation, but it's 7 a.m. in the morning. I couldn't find the new one. So the idea here is to connect the different ends of the supply chain from soil to table, as I like to call it. We need the brands, the food brands, and the clothing brands as well. Anything to do with food or fiber to get involved in their own supply chains. Up until about 5 years ago, very few brands were getting involved in their own supply chains. There were lots of middlemen. They didn't really care about the farmers. And there was a big gap between the two. Now, because of Gen Z and upwards, all of the brands suddenly care about their farmers because they want because there's a call for transparency, right, from the consumers. And so because the consumers are calling for more transparency, now the brands want to understand their supply chain much more. And so what we're doing is we're certifying the different brands with 2 methods. One is glyphosate residue free, which is very specific to glyphosate not being in the final product, glyphosate being the world's most used herbicide. And we also have a project called CleanScan, in which we test for pesticides, heavy metals, and we allow a QR code on the packaging to be put there. And so the consumer understands the latest lab results of that specific product. So they can scan in the QR code with their mobile phone, and then they understand what's in that product. And so we've been doing this now for 5 years. It started off slowly. We now have over 200 brands have certified globally, mostly in the US and Canada, but now also in a lot in Asia, Australia, New Zealand, South America even now, and a little bit in Europe. The brands are getting involved. So they basically use these certifications to show their consumers that they are transparent, right? That they know what's in their products. So all they do is send their products off to labs, which meet the standard, and then we verify that those lab results are correct, and we do spot checking and auditing of the process. It's a verification system for transparency. Glyphosate is where we started, but as I said, CleanScan, which is what we've been doing now for a while. I'm not sure if you can everyone can see the screen on the detox project, but this is basically how you work with CleanScan. So if you can see, there's a QR code. The person scans the QR code and they find out basically all of the things that are not on the label, but what could be in the product. So whether there's arsenic or heavy metals or pesticides. So this links the two things together, right? We need to encourage and incentivize farmers to be doing a better job to protect soil health. That relates to inputs, and that relates to reducing inputs, and therefore working with the consumers to push for transparency in the brands, and for the brands to be incentivizing the farmers as a feedback loop, so that you get a lot of money going back to the farmers for improving their sustainability on farm. That's the detox project, and the detox project and soil information are two very separate companies, but working in the same direction.
Brilliant. I think a lot of all of the work that you do, both of this system change and system good planet design thinking solutions are certainly much needed in the global south, and it should basically create the consciousness and the right culture that we need. Beyond, I apologize for not mentioning this earlier, but beyond just our collaboration with 7 main universities dealing with agriculture in Pakistan, and we also have a great deal of collaboration with the Global South via the Global Sustainable Futures Network developed by Dr. Renuka. So she has brought together counterparts from Cairo, from Brazil, DR Congo. We have them all. So we will certainly be ensuring that they also receive the same information and same solutions and same opportunities that both of your solutions and your programs offer. Alex, I'm sure has something to say. Thank you.
You think so? Yeah. Anyway, I'm quite glad to know this is happening. What I want to know is that in terms of actually creating the ecosystem, is the ecosystem independent of the big conglomerates? Because a lot of times is that I'm not trying to say anything negative, is that when you work with big conglomerate, they are beholden to them to redistribute the gains from whatever program that you're doing. Would that be, for example, if I want to create a carbon offset program, I would actually have maybe even smart contracts in place to actually distribute it automatically, instead of actually relying on a bottleneck of another party to do so through the use of blockchain and technology.
100%. So to delve into that question a little bit, the big conglomerates did not like this solution to begin with, right? And so
you don't say.
They didn't see me as their friend. Let's just put it like that. So we have not ever worked with the big conglomerates as a partner. We've worked as an auditor. And so, in other words, we have no connection with them whatsoever. But strangely enough, I used to call some of the big conglomerates, and I have connections there to talk to them. And they used to say, okay, we're not really that interested. Maybe come back in 5 years. Now they call me because they know that they need transparency. And every single board meeting that any of the big food brands have has transparency involved in what they're talking about for the first time. Right? Because they had no interest in being transparent whatsoever before. Now there are two things that are driving this, right? There's liability, so legal liability, and secondly, they know that when they go on social media, if they get criticized for anything regarding contaminants, they have big problems. I'll just give you an example. Ben and Jerry's, right? Big ice cream company. There was a New York Times article 4 or 5 years ago about there being glyphosate in their ice cream. Now, that led to huge problems globally. They removed Ben and Jerry's off the shelves in Taiwan. They banned it in a couple of European countries for a little bit until they did food safety. It was huge problem for a very clean company. Right.
Yeah,
this is not a company.
Very natural.
And so the idea that they have liability is driving them, but also the idea that on social media everyone talks about what's in different products now, right? So they need to know themselves. So the idea is to always keep separate from them, but to enable them to be involved, because if they're not involved, most of the food system doesn't get involved in this whole in a positive change. I think everyone's been talking about the problems, for example, the problems of soil health, the problems of traceability and transparency. The idea of enabling third-party independent solutions is what makes everything more positive and gets everyone involved in a better system. So 100%.
Okay, that's great. That's because whatever systems I'm thinking of doing, I would always want to have everybody have a cut of it, because to me that is an incentive through and through. I mean, say what you want about creating a better world. Yes, we want to create a better world, but we want to incentivize everybody to get a cut. But nobody will be influencing the cut by just. I mean, once we use technology like creating a smart contract whereby everybody get a predetermined cut regardless, then we will solve the trust issue which always exists, right? Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I have some thoughts on that. You see, at the end of the day, recently Davos team rebuilding trust, right? So the world's business leaders have already established that is the thematic focus of Davos is rebuilding trust. I have asked organizations in Pakistan to work on rebuilding trust. You see, because in the global south, right, where we've all established that education, the inequalities in the global south actually is the reason why it's defined as the global south. So we've had smarter companies, smarter science meant to be, advising, right, farmers who look towards this same advisory as solutions, right? But I think, perhaps Miss Sanette earlier, in her narration and the creation of this persona, Simon Ignoramus, right? That's been the source of information for our poor farmers in the global south, right? So essentially, we need organizations to take responsibility. And you're right, Alex, we need to get them on board, you see, because the hallmark of rebuilding trust is to first take ownership, right? of the mistakes that you've made, and be a responsible company and show the pathway of how you are going to restore and recorrect your actions. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone is human. You know, the greatest solution here is that since we all know the planet is in peril, right? The quicker we establish the correct pathway towards reversing the planet in peril would be the ideal way forward. So I would be looking very forward to basically, you know, developing the ethos of the detox project in the global south. Thank you. Mr. Bilal, who do we have next? Anybody has any questions for Mr. Henry?
Thank you,
Alex.
Mr. Trab.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
I think Dr. Ashraf is talking, but he's on mute, so I can see him on the screen.
Oh, I see.
You have to
sir,
you have to take yourself off mute.
yes, I've just sent him a message. Thank you.
I have one
Sir,
question.
just 2 minutes, sir. I'm coming, sir. 2 minutes, sir. I'm coming, sir.
Please proceed, Dr. Ashraf. Please proceed. What are your thoughts?
I have one question for Mr. Dr. Henry. He is working on soil health. I want to ask what is the most important parameter to determine the soil health? What is his experience?
That's a $1 million question. It's really difficult to answer. I imagined that soil carbon, SOC and SIC, were the most important. I've come to the conclusion that they are important, but often from an on-farm perspective for farmers, water holding capacity is the key. So water holding capacity of a soil, water infiltration rates, but specifically plant available water, so water holding capacity from a plant available water point of view is the most important thing. If you affect the soil carbon levels and you increase your soil carbon levels, you will most often increase your water holding capacity levels. So they're all linked to each other. You also, if you increase your water holding capacity level, will increase the level of plant available nitrogen. So as a single marker, water holding capacity, I think, is probably the most important marker for soil health. Sadly, for everyone, water holding capacity is probably the most difficult thing to measure. But the idea that we can measure carbon and nitrogen levels and have an estimation of water holding capacity is probably enough for now. But yeah, I hope that answers.
So my next question is: does it mean that?
1 second,
mean that
sorry.
I'm sorry.
So sorry.
Please.
So
Yeah.
sorry. I just wanted to actually have a quick opinion on the matter from a meta-good perspective. I think the best way to benchmark soil health is actually the litmus test of human health. If your humans are healthy, it means your soil is healthy. Sir, Alex.
Great point.
But that's hard to measure, though. That's technically impossible to measure.
Yes,
okay, I want to
thank
ask whether SOC itself. I mean, you say SOC is actually a proxy for water retention of water in the soil, right? Is it possible? I mean, I'm sure it's possible. But are you guys using machine learning to actually do the approximation so that you can provide the analytics for the end user?
Yeah. So the whole idea, right, is that the model learns and uses AI to improve. Without that, there's no point in taking the measurement. So yes is the answer. AI and machine learning are the key to increasing the accuracy and availability of results.
To be added, sir. Sorry for interruption, sir. Can I go ahead, sir?
Yeah.
Please do, please do.
Basically, what happens when we farm? Actually, the farmers need to have the livestock. So that is very much mandatory to cope up with the environment, and also the livestock, whatever they maintain. So whatever the waste materials, so whatever the animals or the livestock which is revealing, so that will be a manure for the soil health. So that will be from additional points, an additional point for the soil, and also various for the income level of the farmer. What we can do is that they can have a separate farming like chicken or goat or some other fisheries because all the money, whatever the animals or goat or the chicken, whatever the manure, whatever it is revealing, that becomes a manure actually. So that manure will be used for the cultivation of the crops and all that. Okay, they can have a better plantation. So this is point number one. And secondly, the climatic barrier, whatever the climatic barrier, because climate is ever changing. Always it used to change, tend to change. So for the purpose of the farmer, so they used to have the technology, because in China they have a lot of technology which has been introduced compared to the other countries, and also they have to manipulate the technology, whatever the technology which are intending to improve the fertility of the soil or fertility, because we just wanted to reduce the time consumption, because whatever the manual thing is comparatively much more quick than the manual work. Technology, we have to implement the technology. So this is what my suggestion is all about. So you can go it, sir.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of those. I think that the use of livestock in regenerative practices is something that is often forgotten about. Livestock is vital for regenerative practices, but it's how you use your livestock also. Strip grazing is vital, right? Something that we don't concentrate on enough. So you can actually use the livestock to increase soil health on specific small areas of land very quickly. We do that in multiple areas. A lot of work I've done in Africa on strip grazing with animals, but also, as you said, the adoption of easy to use technology so that you can actually track what's happening and actually incentivize the farmers. So yeah, I agree on both points 100%. Dr. Ashraf, you were going to follow up on your question too.
Yeah. Dr. Henry, I say if water holding capacity is high, it means if there are high clay content, it results in high water holding capacity. And when there are high clay content, there will be less infiltration of water. And as a result, water will stay on the surface and flow freely. Consequently, it results in more erosion or more deterioration or more loss of soil. If we only consider water holding capacity can correlate with high clay content.
100%. 100%. So water holding capacity in the different soil types, right, is different. Now, what we do is we compare the water holding capacity within the specific soil type. But also, as part of water holding capacity, we're not just talking about the capacity of the soil to hold water, we're also looking at the infiltration rate. So if there's a high infiltration rate and good water holding capacity, that's the perfect combination, because you're actually enabling the water to escape from the surface, therefore reducing erosion. So yeah, I mean, it's a long conversation that we have to have over an hour, but you're completely correct. You need water infiltration and water holding capacity at the same time, because if you're not getting the infiltration, you're going to cause problems.
I think organic carbon will be more credible, because high organic carbon or high organic matter results in high infiltration rate and high water holding capacity.
Sure, absolutely. Look, this is a long discussion to have. I agree with you in some respects. It's just that farmers often concentrate on needing water for their plants, right? So this is in some respects you would say SOM or SOM and SIC, right? Yeah. In organic carbon as well are vital. So yeah, 100%.
Thank you very much.
Henry, illuminating, all of our speakers and all of our people from across the world who have shared their ideas have really done great service and great assistance to the people here in this part of the world, who really want to be on parity and want to move in the same direction as everybody else. I think everybody now understands that, soil health is vital, and we have missed the few critical things. I really thank you so much for your time with us, Henry. Please stick around for as long as you can. We're going to move to Geneva, and we have a guest and a distinguished speaker as well, just like you, Henry, and Sinette and Dr. Ashraf, and all of our speakers here today. All of you have great insights. Mr. Alex, wonderful. Ujjwal will come back to you very shortly as well. Miss Erin, welcome.
Hello, thank you so much, everybody. What a pleasure it is to be here to join such an illustrious group. I'm very honored and grateful for the opportunity. What I would like to do is to share my screen and just go through a very quick presentation that I've done. Can you see what's on my screen at the moment?
Affirmative. Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
So, firstly, I want to start by saying this isn't a discussion on ag tech or climate tech. Technology for me is not the answer. We have the answers in front of us. We need to reflect on what we have, on what there is, on what's going on what has happened in the past, and why things have started to break down in the way that they have. This is a quote by somebody that I have great admiration for. I hope you can all see that. It is E.O. Wilson, who just recently passed away. He was a Harvard professor, and I think he was very wise when he focused on the fact that we have so much information. The trouble is we're not putting together, connecting the dots. And this is where we need to sit back and figure out what on earth is it that we're doing. This requires obviously systems thinking as opposed to the linear thinking that we have been used to. So what I find today, one of the greatest problems is that we're not treating the problems. We're putting Band-Aids everywhere, and things are starting to fall to pieces, because if we're not treating the underlying issues of the world, we're not actually solving anything. And I think it's part of the reason that this is happening is because of the way that large companies have come in and taken over a lot of our processes and been driving the direction in which we're going, which isn't necessarily the best direction for us if we really think about it. So let me go back and start with soil, because that's why we're all here. We used to think about soil just from a chemistry point of view, but that's changing. If you go to an illustrious soil biologist, Walter Jenne, he used this definition. It's sand, silt, and clay for sure. These are the structural elements, really important. Then we add the layer of soil organic matter, which gets incorporated, which provides the food and shelter for the most important element, if you ask me, which is the life. And that is the single thing that distinguishes soil from dirt. But yet, when we are looking at our soils today, a lot of people can't distinguish one from the other and use the two terms simultaneously when it's quite obvious that they absolutely are not. So this is an overall guiding vision that I have when I think about how soil works. It's part of a giant web of different organisms on different trophic levels. So we start off with the plants, which are creating their sugars, and then we move from there on to the fungi and the bacteria, which can go from the plant roots and go into the sand, silts, and clays, grab those micronutrients that they're being asked to grab by the plants, and exchange in something called rhizophagy, which is when the roots of a plant have the exudates, which is the photosynthetic sugars that they put out into the soil. And in there are certain key elements that attract the fungi. Now, when the fungi come in, they actually can either enter into the cells of the roots, or they go between the roots and they intake the bacteria. I find this absolutely astonishing. It just shows how beautiful nature is. What nature can do with the bacteria inside the fungi, inside the plant roots, is it can actually start to dissolve the cell wall of the bacteria. And this allows whatever is inside to replicate. And one of the cell walls comes back again around the nutrients and exits through the fungi and out of the plant root again. So what's happening is you have this incredible exchange going on that is feeding the plant exactly what it is that it needs. But of course, that only works if there's enough bacteria and enough fungi. And then we can go up the trophic levels and look at things like nematodes, most of which are good and which help to eat the bacteria, the fungi, and digest them and either poop out or die and leave the nutrients then bioavailable to whatever else happens to be coming around. We get the protozoas in there as well. And then we move into the larger third trophic level where we're into the shredders and the predators and the grazers that are also cycling all the nutrients. This is going on and on and on up the trophic levels. So we get to mammals, we get to birds, but each one of these organisms is actually super important to maintaining this food web and maintaining the balance. And I think that that's something that we tend to forget. So if we kill the birds, then we end up with too many arthropods or too many nematodes, and we don't end up with things like the guano that they can leave behind for the plants to recycle the nutrients all the time. So I'll show you just a very, very quick clip. When I'm looking in my microscope, this is what I'm seeing. This was just a cute little guy that happened to be in a different view. But you can see the long stick thing. That's one of the nematodes. Here's a whole bunch of bacteria. That's a close-up of the nematode. You can see the little bits of bacteria that he's eaten, and all sorts of testate, amoebas, and other things that are going on in the soil. To me, that is indicative of a soil that's alive. And that's what we want to see, but that is not what we see when we look at most of the soils today. So, begs the question, how do we grow our food? What is happening? We need to think about things like the fact that we use fossil fuels and mined nutrients, because these types of synthetic fertilizers are actually killing our soil life. I can look in the microscope and tell what the protocol has been on a piece of land. When I see nothing on it, I know that they've been using synthetics and insecticides and all the like. The other thing that I see are these little encapsulated bits of plastic. And I think that obviously no one wants to have microplastics in their soils. The other thing we do is we use these poisons, the herbicides, the pesticides, the fungicides, the nematicides. There are too many to even note them all. And these often have very, very bad residues that remain on our food, and they will target a specific type of biology. So if we reflect again on the soil food web, what are we doing? We're breaking it, and we're doing this deliberately. So this is why I think there are some problems with how we are going on. A lot of people don't know that glyphosate is actually an antibiotic, patented in 2005, and very effective. So if we want to cut out the base of our entire food chain, we spray things like glyphosate on them. Then other people say that we should be growing food with genetic modifications. Well, 81% of those genetic modifications have been created in order for plants to be this glyphosate tolerant. And of course, that means that we're eating much more of these herbicides. So if you look at the statistics since the late 1970s, and don't forget that GMOs became something that was more de rigueur across the world in about the mid 90s, but we have increased the volume of use of glyphosate by 100 times, and that is just unbelievable. When we are looking at genetic modifications, one of the things that is never discussed is the epigenetic effects. What that means is epigenetics are the study of whether proteins are turned on or off. And that can be something very, very important. The fact that it isn't considered even when we're looking at the safety leads me to believe that that's something that companies like Bayer would much rather us not know about and not discuss. And I have to question why that is. So we see when we look out that we've got issues with irrigation, don't we? The water sources are drying up. We're having to go deeper and deeper into our fossil aquifers. We know that desalination is not going to be a long-term answer because it is so energy intensive. And a lot of what is happening around the world is that we have an imbalance between extraction and a lack of recharge. So there's another problem. And we see that a lot with the soils and with the tillage, because what happens with the tillage is that when we turn over the soil, it looks wonderful, but then all of a sudden it starts to dry out. So physically, what tillage is doing is it's chopping up and turning over the soil, and it is breaking up the actual life at the bottom of the food chain, but the other side of things, the fungi. And if the organisms, again, are sliced and diced, the trophic levels get disrupted. The other thing with tillage is that it removes the food source. It removes the plant roots, the living roots, from the soil. So, of course, then we're left at a very early stage soil in terms of the succession root that doesn't really have anything available for anything to grow. So then we need all the fertilizers. So a lot of people say, and I hear this all the time, we need the fertilizers or the plants won't grow. And if we don't use the pesticides, our crops are going to be eaten. Nothing will be left for us. Glyphosate works super well. We love it. And these crops were made to help farmers. And it's absolutely harmless according to scientific studies. So my answer to that is no, they're not statements that are true at all. None of our current practices are sustainable. I will go on to explain a little bit why it is that these aren't sustainable. And I think we need to understand that when people talk like this, it's because they want to maintain the status quo. And they know one way to do things. They're not willing to change. And part of what I try to do is to convince people to give things a try. Even if you only want to trial something on a part of your land to start, I think it's really important. And I think it's worth doing. And I'll show you as we go into this a little bit more. So our entire industry, agriculture, we have switched to privileging efficiency over resilience. Our machines are getting bigger and bigger. Our chemicals are getting stronger and stronger. And the amounts of fertilizer that we're having to use are increasing as well. But our yields are not increasing necessarily. And certainly the quality of our food is not increasing. So what are the implications of this? Well, the more extractive our system becomes, the more we get environmental breakdown. We see everywhere drought, flooding, extreme heat, fire, and we're not seeing the benefits that we expect to see when we're adding all these insecticides, when we're adding all this expensive fertilizer. We're getting weird weather like polar vortexes and atmospheric rivers that are coming at us left, right, and center. And we're wondering what is happening. So when we look, we're going to go back to this question. When we look at what the options are in terms of doing things like balancing the systems within our ecosystem, we can absolutely turn around and say we do not need synthetic fertilizers in order to grow our foods. There are a whole bunch of alternatives now that are coming up. And I'm not talking about biostimulants, because biostimulants will target one particular group within that food web. And normally it's the bacteria. And in that case, what's happening is we're creating an imbalance. Now, that's not to say that you won't see an effect. You will see an effect, hopefully a good one. But when you look at such a small amount of soil and a small amount of bacteria that we're adding to a particular soil, it is quite interesting to see that there really isn't the biodiversity that's needed in order to feed all the organisms that would also be within that. Let me give you an example. If you look at a cubic centimeter of soil, and that's about the size of the tip of your baby finger down to the bottom of your nail, so a very small amount, you're looking at about 1 billion organisms. And here we are thinking that we can add a couple of whatever it is that we happen to be adding as a biostimulant and actually having a long-term effect. We can't. We really need to go back to the basics, and we need to look at things like creating a really good, healthy, biodiverse compost. And we need to stop doing the things like tillage that are going to chop and dice up all these organisms that are already in our soils. So what the compost does is it will add new organisms in balance, and it goes up the trophic chain. So you're not just looking at bacteria, but you're looking at fungi, protozoa, nematodes, the micro and macro arthropods as well. And as we spread those on our fields, we will see that the plants become happy and are getting all the nutrients we need. Now, this can happen as early as within one growing season, but it requires knowing what you're doing, and it requires creating a really, really super good compost that either then you can apply as a soil spray or as a compost tea, for instance, or even just as the compost itself. Another thing that we can do if we don't want to go that route is to allow animals to graze on the crop residues, for instance. And by doing that, by creating enough of a group, like mob grazing, then we are ensuring that we have a spread of manure over the entire system. That sometimes works for people who don't have the capacity to build a good compost. So that's the solution for fertilizers. And it will actually end up in a situation where we can have lower weed pressures, lower insect pressures, higher quality foods, higher yields on our plants, and just generally a healthier ecosystem. But it's an all or nothing thing. You can't then apply a little bit of fertilizer and then the compost, because like we said before, the synthetic fertilizer will kill the organisms that are within the compost. So if you want to give it a try, you take a little piece of your field and you only apply the compost there, and continue with your practices, and you will see over time that that absolutely the healthiest land is the one where you have the compost. Now, what's funny is that a lot of people who have done this, farmers who've been experimenting for the last 20 years, say, I really wish I had just gone cold turkey and changed everything, as opposed to phasing things out. But of course, we're all in a different place on our journey, so people have to decide what works for them. So then in response of the pesticides, it's the same issue. If we have a healthy system, we end up with a balance of predator and prey. So when we look at fields that have snakes, it means the snakes are eating the rodents, and the rodents would be eating the corn or the wheat or whatever it happened to be that we were growing. But a lot of people get afraid and they'll kill these predators, and that's really a shame, because I think they don't understand what they were doing. I just read an article yesterday about some farmers who had been killing a load of birds, and I thought, how sad is that? because these birds, yes, they're going to be taking a little bit of the seed, but what they're providing in terms of the nitrogen contents and everything is an enormous service. And they are also going and eating all these predators of our plants. So if we forget that part of the entire system, we're really losing out by not trying to attract the most biodiversity that we can. The other thing that people, I think, don't recognize is that a very healthy crop is covered with an armor of microbes. And when I say microbes, I'm talking about the bacteria, the fungi, the nematodes, the protozoas, and they're cycling around the leaves and the stems and the buds and the fruits. And those are the things that, if they're out crowding the space that happens to be available, then there's no place for something to be landing that can actually create problems within our plants. So it's a matter of space, and also they're likely to turn around and eat whatever it is, whatever pathogen happens to come, because it won't have a foot in the system. Of course, that's not going to be the case if we don't have these microbes, because we've sprayed some sort of glyphosate or whatever else on our product. So is glyphosate harmless? Well, I'm not really going to go into that. I would say most definitely not. Really, anything that you have that's reducing biodiversity within the system can never be harmless. We've seen a lot of effects that actually weren't taken into consideration, surprisingly, in the debate in Europe about whether or not we should be authorizing glyphosate for another 10 years. I have to say I was sorely disappointed in the outcome. But one of the things also that is important is that weeds are actually going to show us what our soils need. And they have the functionality built in to go about and repair, which is part of the reason when we have soils, for instance, that are compacted, have low calcium, we tend to get dandelions. Those dandelion roots will penetrate even compacted soils up to 150 pounds per square inch. They'll bring up and open up that soil, and also they will put lots of calcium back into it. So as time goes on, you'll see that the succession of weeds changes, and that's something that we need to pay attention to, because those weeds are actually indicators of how we're managing and how our soils are doing and responding. So let's look at land management and how we move from a cycle of degradation to a cycle of regeneration. We do this by creating soils. So as I was saying before, our system, which is very extractive right now and very unsustainable, is focused on using a lot of these synthetic inputs and really heavy machines, which of course is just compacting. It's killing the life. It's destroying the fertility of our soil. But we can turn that around. There are a lot of solutions. I'm going to talk a little bit about them that can actually build up soil, that can help us to better manage our water so that we don't end up with runoff. And in doing that, we're going to be increasing the resilience of our system. We're going to be increasing the amount of organic matter, which of course is really important if we want to hold water in our soils. We're going to be increasing the life. So when we go that route, we end up with less compaction. It usually involves multiple crops because we're trying to build in the biodiversity. It creates shade, and that lowers the water requirements. Like I mentioned earlier, we get higher crop yields, we have lower pests, we have lower weeds, and we're building soil. So over time, we can end up with soil organic matter percentages of 15 to 20%, which is amazing. And the added bonus is that our food ends up with higher nutrition, which is always something that we're looking for, right? So I'm going to go back a little bit into the soil itself and the fact that there are 1 billion microbes in 1 centimeter cube. Now, part of our struggle has been to identify all these organisms, because of course there are so many. We're using things like eDNA tests. We use microscopes, of course, and we look closely to see if we can figure out what's in there. Part of the problem is that we don't even have a name for 90% of these organisms. So it's up and coming. I'm sure we'll be making leaps and bounds ahead as we continue on this endeavor. One of the things that I love about nature, again, is how incredibly complex it is. We don't appreciate the different angles that that nature has. And one of the things is the fact that some of the microbes that are on our plants actually have special powers to make rain. And these microbes are everywhere. They're on plants, trees, they're in the soil. The wind picks them up with the evapotranspiration that happens off the leaf, and they get swept up into the atmosphere. And when they're up in the atmosphere, what they actually do is they freeze at a higher temperature, which happens lower in the atmosphere. It gets a little bit hard to think in those terms. But if we look at the next picture here, these are 2 water drops that have been contaminated with, the back row was contaminated with Pseudomonas syringae. That is one of these particular bacteria. And you'll see in certain pressure, so this was done in a lower temperature area. So at this point, I don't know exactly when this picture was taken, but it was simulating what would be happening in the atmosphere and in the troposphere, so lower down in the atmosphere, when we have Pseudomonas syringae inside water. And you can see that the back row is frozen. So this is at around -2, -4 degrees, but the fresh water drops, which are in front, will not freeze until they get to -38. Because as the pressure is changing up in the atmosphere, of course, the lower the pressure goes, the lower the temperature goes in order for freezing to occur. So it's not just these bacteria, it's also things like fungi and plankton. And that's so incredible because that's our life. And when we go about killing this, we have to think about the implications of what we're doing, because as we spray antibacterial products, as we spray antifungicides, as we pollute our oceans and kill these plankton, we're actually destroying the rain cycles. So these bacteria and fungi are all over the trees, and what's happening is that when they are working together and we get this evapotranspiration, so that's the evaporation off the leaves, it takes energy. And of course, when we take energy away from a system, it cools it, right? Like when we perspire off our skin, it cools our skin. So it cools down the leaf surface, and that actually lowers the pressure. And of course, when we have a lower pressure, we end up with winds. So if you consider the world map and where the heavy forests are, we have them in central Brazil, we have them in Central Africa, and we have them in Indonesia. All these parts, Indonesia aside, but Africa and Brazil, the forests are quite lush, quite far inland from the continent, in the continent, which means, of course, that we have to ask, where's the water coming from? Well, it's being drawn in because of the fact that there are so many trees that are lowering the temperatures and creating this wind that is bringing in more and more moisture. So as that moisture is there and the wind comes up, it's grabbing these little bacteria and fungi, whisking them up in the air, which is creating almost these spirals of rain that just keep perpetuating further and further inland. And that's how we get rain, one of the ways that we get rain, inside our continents. But having these trees is absolutely fundamental. And if we cut them down the way that's happening now in many places, we end up breaking the strength of this wind current and creating dry conditions. This has been going on for millennia throughout the world, where our civilizations have needed things like wood, cut the trees, and then all of a sudden we have no more civilization because we have desert instead. So what's the solution? Let's build up soil through good design. Okay. In a dry climate, we need to slow the water down. We need to spread it, sink it, hold it. And we need to look back at some of the ancient techniques that our ancestors used, because they knew what they were doing. They shaded water courses. They made sure that the contact of water with the soil was maximized in order to allow the water to soak down. And think about what we do now. We create these canals that are concreted. We cut off water from the soil, and we allow fast water to keep running everywhere and creating giant ditches. Well, that's not the way that we're going to be managing. The way we're going to be managing it should be in creating as much soil, organic matter within our ground as possible. The 1% increase has been found to hold 75,000 liters of extra water per acre. If we do this and we manage to build up our soil organic material, we're going to end up in a situation where we're more capable of dealing with drought and with flooding, because the water will go into the land. And when it goes into the land, it recharges the aquifers. So I'm not going to read this. This is explains a little bit about permaculture. It's what I do. It's practicing good design in order to make sure that we have a flourishing and abundant environment in which to live. It does take a bit of time. You need to figure out a whole bunch of information about the peculiarities of the site, because you'll never find two sites that are the same. But it's looking at all sorts of different flows that are coming in and out of the land, and trying to figure out how best we can have the land do what it needs to do in nature. So I really like this this definition by Bill Mollison. A lot of people define permaculture as trying to do the least amount of work for themselves and letting nature do the most amount of work for them. And I kind of think that's there's a lot of truth to that. It's letting nature flourish so that we can enjoy what's our environment. And the really nice thing about permaculture is that really it's a different outlook on everything we do. It's dealing with the earth, it's dealing with people, and it's about giving back as well. And to me, that speaks loudly. So I just want to show you a couple of projects. This is the Loess Plateau in China. You can see the regreening that took place there using the terracing. This is a project in one of the refugee camps in Jordan. You can see over 10 years the difference. And to just tell you, there is no soil here. This was absolutely rock hard stone. There's nothing there. So Jeff did an amazing job at bringing a lot of abundance to his particular garden, which you can see, and he did his neighbors too, of course. But his garden that's in the very front there, that's covered in trees. And this is Agenda Gotch, which is in Brazil. You can see I was speaking to Uzi Artsman about the system here. So this is pretty well exactly the same planting scheme that's happening at one in an early stage when it was just planted, and one in a later stage about 8 months later. So you can see the abundance that's built up. The reason I wanted to point this out is to show you that here's a system where you have many, 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 many different crops that are being interplanted, and each piece the puzzle here. Each crop, each particular tree is there for a very particular reason, either to create shade or to give a cash crop quickly until, like for instance, the bananas, until the cocoa behind will mature. It might be to create a bit of green material that can then be scattered around the ground to stimulate roots when it's cut. They're chosen in a very particular way, but you can create the most abundant system. Ernst Gotch has one of the best chocolate systems, chocolate plantations in the world, and gets maximum value because his chocolate is just so incredibly deep and rich. So can we make money if the world is burning? Yes, we can. We do it by just changing how we've done things, looking at being smarter and figuring out what it is that's not working with our systems, ensuring the ground is never ever bare. We protect it with cover crops. We incorporate these types of multi-cropping systems, agroforestry, and we change what we grow and how we grow. We don't need to make these massive changes. Sometimes it's just about being smart. It's about taking things like a multitude of seeds and sprinkling them together in a maslin instead of just creating a monocrop. Of course, then when the seeds come up, yes, we have a mixed seed, but we can still turn that into flour. It's about changing our own tastes and adapting what we're actually looking for. One of the things as well that's really important is we should be looking at what was deemed unimproved seeds, because these are the indigenous seeds. Often the nutrition of these is so much higher. The crops might be lower, but we grow not necessarily for profit. We grow for nutrition, and that needs to be something that the market values. The other thing that's good about growing indigenous seeds is the fact that they're more resilient. They're from the actual spaces where we want to plant them, and of course that's going to create the likelihood that they will resist better the conditions that are found locally. So it's just about being smart. I hope you enjoyed this, and thank you very much for your time.
Erin, thank you so much. I think, what you're saying is just so much in line with everybody else. For example, Henry has got the technology to support your work. Sinette has the story to support your work. It is, and Alex has the drive to basically, implement these ideas system-wide via blockchain in Asia. And I am dedicated towards permaculture IoT, right? Because so actually we're all here for a reason, and that is just to basically create an explosion of a knowledge and action vessel that can actually, create synergy amongst each other. I don't know if Sinette is still here with us, but
I see her.
Oh, so Sinette, before we go to the next person and take some questions for Erin, are you here? Henry, sorry, just trying to see if he's here or he left. Okay, but everybody can tell you that Henry spoke exactly about glyphosate, and Henry spoke exactly about land management, right? So he's got a plug and play system, and I will be delighted. Firstly, I will be working with Sinette further, and I will be working with Henry further. I will be giving them and creating access for them with universities here. Dr. Ashraf actually spoke about all of the things that you mentioned earlier. So we are all one big, very happy family here. Sinette, would you like to show Miss Erin just the first slide of this wonderful character you created called Simon Ignoramus?
Yes, let's see. I just need to have it. And back.
Erin, you might enjoy this, Erin. Thank you.
I'm sure.
I think Erin, I think you know which one Simon I was.
She's referring to Simon Says, that fictitious character where, yeah, right.
It must be that one. it is.
Wonderful. I love it. Super.
Now, it's basically about describing the existing paradigm in a character.
That's very good. Very good.
Because it's also helping people to understand, do I want to be part of that character or not? So
yeah, it's very important, and I think using humor to shift the way that we think is a great tool. Great tool.
So
I love it.
Sorry, she will be sharing because she shared a presentation, we'll be putting up online as a resource, crediting her with it as well, and the work that she's doing. She's created something really wonderful in terms of penetrating cultures, and to some extent gamification as well. And this is basically what we're also trying to do in Pakistan. We're working with several companies, we're working with Planet Soil. We want to start the Sesame Street of Planet Soil animals. We're working with a puppeteer, and he's already created something for someone who's doing something similar, Mr. Basham, the ecoist, right? And he's trying to restore the Indus. So everyone here, we've been connected via Brazil as well. Carlos has got very similar ideas to what you want to do as well, Erin, and he's got the technology for it. He's designing the planet as well, looking at the contours of things. And everything here has been about design. We've got Professor Mario as well, who dazzled everyone with his team. And we have a lady called Song. We have basically heaps of people from the global south, from Africa. In fact, we have a gentleman from DR Congo here today. He will speak about what he's doing with Black Soldier Fly. In the meantime, if Erin, you have some time, David's with us. He's joining all the way from Melbourne. And right after David, we have Mr. Dr. Jaffer. And then we've got Zarak after that. And we've got a really big lineup. And then we've got our gentleman, very good man from DR Congo. So we have a very great activity today. Mr. Dave, sorry, before we go there, I promised Mr. Bilal a question. He has a question for Miss Erin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turab. Thank you, Aaron, for the brilliant presentation. So I just had one question, since I have worked as a journalist for the past year or so, covering agriculture in Pakistan, and I've studied agriculture as well. So one thing I usually ask these people, because I didn't went into, I took a different road after studying agriculture. I didn't went into companies, in marketing and all. The road usually taken in our country. So the question I usually ask these people that, do you know it is dangerous, these chemicals? And one of many answers, I don't know if you have answered it already in your presentation. I haven't got the whole thing. But their answer is usually that if you use these chemical in appropriate dosages, it won't cause harm. I don't know if that's the case. If we use in a certain dosage and it won't cause any harm, and that's why we are seeing a lot of technologies at the moment who are coming to promise efficiency. With IoT, with sensors, they promise that the chemicals will be applied efficiently. Do you think if we use some of these efficiently, it won't cause any harm, or they're still dangerous in any concentration whatsoever?
Well, it depends what you're talking about to start with. But for me, if you're destroying life within the soil food web, that's actually what the plants are requiring, then you're reducing the needs of the plant to fulfill its own destiny. If you have a soil that has the roots in it and the soil is cycling properly, you have the bacteria and the fungi cycling the nutrients themselves, as I explained earlier in the discussion. The second you go and add synthetic fertilizer to it, what you're doing is you're creating a lazy plant ultimately, because the plant, it's so important for the plant to be giving out exudates to its roots, and those exudates are the sugar. So it energetically, we're talking about something that is quite a bit of energy to produce. But a plant that is giving us a crop will be putting out sometimes between 40-60% of the sugar that it's making into its roots to feed the biome around the root area, which means to feed the bacteria, to feed the fungi. Now, why would the plant do that if it weren't getting something amazing in return? Because that's a huge amount of energy. If you look what happens when there's synthetic fertilizer applied, the trees or the plants stop putting out the sugars into the root systems because they're taking in the nitrogens, they're taking in the sulfurs, the potassiums, whatever it happens to need, the phosphorus. And so it doesn't need to put out this energy to feed the microbiome. But we all know that what happens then is that the soil can't hold on to these micronutrients, in part because the fertilizers are actually salts and will kill some of the things like the fungi within the soils, and they're antibiotics depending on what they are. So they'll kill the bacteria. And then that isn't available for the plant to use. So we've added the fertilizer, we've killed everything around it. The fertilizer has run off in the water and the plant's left with nothing. So from the plant angle, I think it's bad for the plant. From the human angle, I'm sure David is going to tell us all about why it's really, really bad for our bodies. But then there's also the angle of what don't we know? For instance, when a lot of countries are authorizing the use of these chemicals, they're only looking at the active ingredients. They're not looking at some of the adjuvants which are put in, which can be actually way more toxic and way more dangerous than the product is the active ingredient within the product itself. And I think that's a bit scary. And as I said also in my presentation, we're not looking at those epigenetic effects. We don't know what it's doing to our bodies when which genes it's turning on, which genes it's turning off. But certainly we can see a massive rise in illness and a massive decline in not just the soil fertility, but in our nutritional quality of our food since we started using it. So I would have to say categorically that they're wrong. Does that answer your question, Bilal?
Yeah, perfect.
I think stunningly, and thank you so much for that insight. Please stick around, Aaron. It'll be so much wonderful for you to jump in on opinions and insights from others as well. We've got a lot of people here who want to speak, and they will benefit from your combined knowledge, Miss Sinette and Miss Aaron. Splendid, and I was just delighted. You'll be rest assured that we will be working very strongly and very closely with you, Miss Sinette and Miss Aaron. Mr. David, welcome from Down Under. Are you with us, Mr. David? All right. I think he might just be away from his screen for a while. Alex, there's Dr. Jaffer is next. Would you like to come in now?
Yeah, of course, I'm waiting for your call, sir. I'm waiting for your call. Yes, sir. Obviously.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Can I go ahead, sir? Can I go into the proceedings?
Yes, Dr. Jaffer. You've been waiting very patiently. Please proceed, Dr. Jaffer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So first of all, I would like to thank all of you, Dr. Turab Randawa sir, Bilal sir, and for all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Professor Erin speech was excellent, exemplary, and also Henry from Australia, that speech was also very impressive. I would like to congratulate the dignitaries, and I will start my session now. So basically, the soil is very much important to our nation. So the agriculture, as a part of agriculture, soil fertility is far more important. So wherever we go, we need to have the country's GDPs and everything is depends upon the agricultural part, because we are exporting all the stuff and also importing the relevant which could not able to produce in our own country. So that is also one particular scenario. Let me open up the PPT one second. Sorry, is my PPT is legible to all of you? Am I eligible?
Yes, confirm. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'll proceed with my way. Yeah. So the today topic is soil health and future of agriculture. So basically, the soil health is very much fundamental for the nation, and also for encompassing the physical and chemical components, the biological properties of soil. So we need to have a proper soil which is required, and also the crops which is being fertilized and cultivated. Basically, we have to give a big round of applause to farmers, because they are the one who's the basement of the nation. That support the plant growth as well. Yeah. So the nutrient cycling ecosystem functions is all to play a crucial role in the productivity and also resilience and sustainability of the agriculture system. So the significant part of this particular farming, we need to have a proper soil fertility. That is the soil health. It depends upon the manure, whatever the manure we inculcate, and also the fertilizer we supply to the soil, and also the organism, microorganisms, microbes, as rightly said by Professor Sanet. So the 1 billion microbes is found in the soil, dead soil. So that's a foundation. It's all about foundation and sustainable farming practices, providing the essential nutrients, waters, and habitat for the crops, for the beneficial organism, and also to uplift the plantation process. So this is very much mandatory for the nation as well. So when we have a talk about the soil, so we need to have a proper human health, as rightly said by Turab sir. So for that, we need to eradicate the hybrid form of the plantation. We need to totally ignore, or we need to neglect the hybrid plantation, because because of the hybrid, our human health is getting deteriorated, and also we could not able to produce our next generation as well. That is quite formidable truth. Yeah. So the healthy soil promotes the root development, also the nutrient uptake and water retention, leading to the increased crop yields, quality produce, and also the farm profitability. That depends upon the nature of the soil. So when we produce the quality fruits, vegetables, and also the crops, paddy, rice, wheat, whatever it may be, so it depends upon the quality of the soil. So when we have the proper quality of the soil, ultimately we are leading towards the right track. So the importance in the sustainable agriculture is all about to optimize the productivity, profitability, and also environmental stewardship by integrating practices that enhances soil health, conserves resources, and also minimize the external inputs. So this is the formidable first and foremost thing. Secondly, soil health is central to sustainable agriculture, serving as a key indicator to ecosystem. When we have a proper ecosystem, like the insect which is eaten by a bird, another bird which is hunted by a particular living beings. So these are all the ecosystem which we follow normally. So based upon the ecosystem and also the function which is sustaining in the resilience with the long-term productivity. So that is what is happening in the ecological factors. According to the ecological factors, this is what is happening. So by adopting the soil-friendly practices such as conservation, tillage, cover erosion, and crop rotation and organic amendments, farmers can improve soil health, mitigate climate change, and also build resilient farming system for future generation. So they can implement the technological factors also. So because we have a time consumption, so we need to not avoid this time consumption. So everything will be done in a technological way. So more of ease. So rather than bullying an animal or something else, technology can be pitched in and it can do the better for the nation. So what is the soil condition in today's scenario? The healthy sufficient amount of organic matter which is present in the soil is 1.29%, but as the soil falls within a wide range of 0.52 to 1.38, with most soil falling lower than the one in the organic matter. So that is what is the soil fertility. That fertility is also the condition of the soil. The quality of the production based upon the fertility of the soil. So next slide is talks about the ecosystem. So the plants which is being rooted with the plant parasitic nematodes and also the hematode community analysis, the bacterial feeding nematodes, the fungal feeding nematodes. These are all the inner generation which is rooting up the plants. The root exudates and also organic matter which is tough. The enzymic activity, the bacteria, fungi, protozoa, this is all present in the depth of the soil. So this plant litter is based upon the next generation. They can have organic form of plantations. So these are all the farming part of them. The microbial myobos is also playing a vital role. Microbial diversity is also test for the microhostile fungi, test for the specific pathogens. So these are all the factors which is implementing the plantation process. So obviously the carbon dioxide or the respiratory system is required. Also the proper water, scarcity of the water also is forming a part of disadvantages or drawback, as we can say that. So what are all the things which is avoiding, that is the soil related problems? What are all the soil related problems we can foresee? The salinity and sodicity, that is one particular thing. The shortage, the scarcity of the water, and also the low organic matter which is being injected. The high temperature, the climatic barriers, and also the climatic conditions, and also calcareousness, the high phosphorus in the water, the soil level, and also the water deficiency and drought condition. We need to see the catastrophic incidents and also the climatic issues. So we need to have a safer side. We need to have a safer. The plant should be on the safer side always. So even though there should be a middle level water supply should be there, if at all, it will be deteriorated by the climatic situations. It happens. And also the long duration load shedding issues, poor extension services, absence of the land for reforms, absence of the distribution of the certified varieties, and also the high price of the fertilizers, because the farmer doesn't afford to buy the fertilizer on their own. Everything they have to depend upon the finance perspective and also the government support. So the government has to support, because this is the basic criteria which is required for the farmers. So a lot of, as we can see nowadays, a lot of farmers are getting suicide, and also they are killing their life because of the financial crisis, and also the government has to fix up the price for that. Okay, the nominal living being have to get the level of income. So that is very much mandatory for the farmer. And also the deliberate use of adulterated, non-recommended and expired insecticides, non-utilization of the cultivable based land. These are all the factors which is deteriorating the soil. Yep. So what is the status of agriculture in today's scenario? So as I can proudly say, Pakistan is one of the world's largest producer and suppliers of food and crops, according to the various global sources. Pakistan ranks 8th globally in the farm output, according to the list of countries by GDP sector. So this is the survey which is taken by the government, and they have revealed it in the online as well. So very proud to say that, and we'll move on to the next slide. So this is the thing. Okay, now the tree has been bloomed up. What is the situation behind that? Based upon the soil fertility only, everything is happening. This is the ecosystem. Okay, without the organism, the insects or the animals or the livestock, we can't expect the farming activity. This is very much mandatory for all the nations. So if at all the pupa or caterpillar doesn't eat the leaf, their living being is very much impacted, affected, and thereby the bacteria have to be present in the soil. So this is the composite picture of the ecosystem. So we have millipede, isopode, earthworm, patworm, mite, nematode, protozoa, all these things, springtail. We have a creepy creatures, but we think creepy creatures, but it is actually not. They are helping us. They are helping the human life. So the beetle and all that. So I just wanted to highlight this stuff. So here we go. So this is the ecosystem, but that is, we have a lot of perspective. That is detrivory, predation, herbivory, and microbivory. So the bait preying on the earthworm. So that is a normal ecosystem. The spider that caught a springtail, the ciliate feeding on the other protists, dragonfly can caught a soil emerge grant, and also the wood feeding termites. Earthworm moves from transforms litter and soil, supporting soil creatures structure as well, and pill mitipede grazing on and shedding the leaf litter. The fungus feeding fly larvae, ortibrate males grazing on fungal plants, mycelium, these all the stuff, because we need to have a proper ecosystem, right? So one is eaten by the other living organism, and thereby the ecosystem falls around. Okay, so the targeted feeding on the soil algae, root feeding beetle larvae, root feeding nematodes. These are all the things which is the normal ecosystem. And the predation, the soil animals with the food for resource for many terrestrial invertebrates and also vertebrate predators. The predators can control the animal populations and support biodiversity and stability of the soil communities. So these are the predation. The herbivory, that is the herbivore is also basically a vegetarian animal. And the soil herbivores comprise of two root feeders that can reduce plant growth in some ecosystems, and also agrivores that feed on the non-vascular plants as well. So detrivory, large soil animals stress and transform all kinds of dead organic matters. Leaves, roots, woods, carrion, dung, these are all the manure. As it becomes decomposed, it is a good manure for the plants and also for the soil as well. So this is the soil structure. Under the microbivory, by feeding on fungi and bacteria, soil animals can change the number of composition of microbial communities. That's regulating the nutrient cycles of soil and plant growth as well. So the next slides about the water of the agriculture issues in 2003, the last year. The Business Council's report on the state Pakistan's agriculture 2020 captured the essence of the issues confronting the agriculture sector and discusses the 5 major factors that is impacting the agricultural growth in the country. Basically, obviously, the water will be a main criteria. The technology, whatever we use, that is also a thing. The seed, because nowadays they are using the hybrid seeds, which is deteriorating the entire community and also entire nation. So we need to have the proper natural seeds. Okay, the farmers, if we go for the villages and all, they'll be having a proper seed that is natural seed. They don't inject or they don't do some sort of hybrid. So it is not good for health, human health. Obviously, human is the best asset in the world. So that is the human being as the best asset. So in order to safeguard the human being, we need to safeguard the farming as well, and also the financing the animal disease and also the feed we need to take care of. Yeah. So I have another criteria, that is these are all the microbes which is there. That is we have earthworm, we have a beetle, we have a mitylode. These are all the stuff which is there. So we need to safeguard this thing, because as even though it is a little bit creepy, we need not to think it's a creepy, but obviously we have to safeguard this living creature. So in order to safeguard the human beings as well. So the agricultural productivity is due to the fertile soil spreading from mountains to the Himalayas, the north and south part of the Punjab and Sindh in south. The soil is a non-renewable natural resources, which is very important for sustainability of the agricultural environment and also the entire ecosystem. The agricultural productivity is basically purely based upon the soil fertility, right from Himalayas, northern sections, right from the southern part of the entire world. This slide is explained already, so we move on to the next slide. So the water scarcity. So water scarcity is a significant role which is affecting the agricultural productivity, rising from the populations and also the urbanization and climatic barriers the changing of the entire infrastructures and the exacerbating the issue. The climatic change and the climate change is an erratic weather patterns. Okay, recently we had a lot of cyclones, flood, which is revolving all over the world, and also the leading to floods and droughts, causing the severe losses, crop losses, because you know what, as we need to have a minimal amount of water which is being poured into the soil, so for the proper growth of the plantation. So if at all, if it is supposed to be in excess, what happens actually, the ultimately the crop will be the loser, and also in turn we are the we are the loser. Yeah. So this is the livestock, because I have already talked about the livestock in my previous commentation. So we need to have a proper livestock. We need to have a proper earthworms. The cow dung is the best manure as ever said, because the animal, whatever, the first cultivator is the bird and animals only. So to be honest, to be frank, the first and foremost cultivators is the bird and the animals. So whatever the bird, the seed which is being thrown away, the whatever the waste material which the animal passes through, that has been drowned inside the soil, and thereby the entire ecosystem has been blossomed. So this is what the main and predominant stuff. So as we know, squirrels, and also we have a lot of animals, and also the lot of organisms inside the soil, which is improving the soil fertility. So next thing is sustainable approaches to the irrigation. So we need to have a proper drip irrigation, match crops and climate. So don't plant water guzzling crops in the dry areas. So that is also one particular thing. We need to have a proper plant beans or wheat rather than rice. If at all it is the water guzzling, we can have a rice plantation. So subsidies make the irrigation water artificially very cheap. We need to have such support the irrigation. So deep irrigation delivers the water directly to the plants. So deep irrigation works best. So the foundation of the agriculture is basically based on the soil that is land, and the soil that is devoted to agriculture covers 38% of the earth land surface. And also the agriculture is the practice which we are doing for raising the crops and the livestock of human and use of and consumption. Ultimately, it helps the agriculture also. Ultimately, it helps the human being also. The crop land, the land which is used to raise the plants, and also the for the human use, and also the rangeland or pasture that is being grazing the livestock, and also the soil is being a complex plant supporting system which is consisting of disintegrated rock, organic matter, water, gases, nutrients, and microorganisms. This, I'll tell you one particular stuff. Soil is being developed based upon the rocks. The dead rocks form the downline, let's say 2 decade or 3 decade, that has been composed. That becomes a soil. Okay, later on it becomes a composite, and also it becomes a soil-based thing. Because of the rocks is all around. Yeah. So it is a renewable resource as well. It is also a renewable resource, so that we have to bear it in mind. So the next slide talks about how soil forms. Again, I'll go in detail. Temperature changes and moisture cause rock to crack and break apart. So that minute particle later on thousands of years has been decomposed, and also these geological process to form a new centimeters to form a soil. So this is how the soil forms. The soil origins, zones of soil each have their own texture and composition based upon we have a lot of soil, red soil, black soil, and a lot of fertilized soil, which is there in all over the country. So each nations and countries have the proper soil. We need to develop it. We need to develop it, and we need to, rather than importing the vegetables and also the natural resources, we can export it. That's the main GDP for the country. So it develops all the countries and also nation as well. The soil process is basically based upon the cross section of soil origins. I've got a lot of soil probe or a dig hole. We need to have a proper dig hole. This kind of thing which should be done. So the arable land talks about it is about the crops and soil. The arable land is nothing but a farmland that can be used to grow crops. So specific acres of land that can be designated to form the arable land. So it will be beneficial for all the living organisms, all the living beings as well. The earth has only limited area of arable land. We need to make a utilize of that. but as the human population continues to grow, the amount of arable land per person decreases. Nowadays, what happens? We are constructing a lot of houses in the lake, rivers, and also the water stagnating area. But ultimately, what happens when flood and natural calamities hit the nation? Ultimately, our house is becoming drowning. But it is happening in India as well. So I just wanted to have a highlight on that. As I told, the land that can be used to grow crops, only 10% of the earth's surface. If you have a land, and urban areas occupy 3% of the earth's surface, which is expanding often into the arable lands. So the soil, basically, the agriculture on soil is the foundation of the agriculture. So the soil, a complex system consisting of disintegrated rock, organic matter, water, gases, nutrients, microorganisms, and also the renewable resources that can be depleted if abused. The soil contains dead and living microorganisms, then only the soil becomes more fertile, and also the microorganisms, which is decaying material, or bacteria, fungi, worms, insects, burrowing animals, which is living in the soil, that makes the soil more fertile, and also the human being, as we expire later on, it also becomes a manure for the plants. So that is one particular criteria. So US programs promote soil conservation based upon the conservation reservation program that is in 1985. The farmers are paid to put highly erodible land in conservation resources, and also the trees and grasses are planted instead of crops. So a lot of trees are being planted. Each dollar spent saves 1 ton of topsoil. This was happened in the US actually. So it generates the income for the farmers as well. So they need not live without any income. So the nominal income. So improves water quality and also provides habitat for the nation. So nearly $1.8 billion per year protects the 30 and 40 millions of acres of land. That is very much appreciable stuff. Then we move on to the agriculture. So the fertile land, as I told you, the fertile soil is very much important for the nation, the living earth. That is, most soil forms when rock is broken down, and it turns into the fragmentation by the wind, water, chemical weathering, and also the chemical weathering happens when the minerals in rock react chemically with substance to form a new materials. Temperature level and also the climatic situations and moisture can be also rock to crack and break apart. So it can also take hundreds of or even thousands of years to get the geological process. So agriculture is a deliberate modification of the earth's surface through cultivation of plants and also rearing of animals to obtain sustenance or economic gain. The cultivate means to care of. The cultivate exact meaning of the cultivation is nothing to but care of. Any cultivated plant is called a crop. So the origin of the agriculture is basically from the invention, that is the origin of agri. Can't be because of the particular invention. Why it took so long to settle and cultivate? And also the gifted individuals, hunting can't go forever. Let's change it. So is it better way of life? I'm just asking you a question. So change is not easy to humans. Discarding old and adopting new, nevertheless. Change is difficult, but change is must for the progress. We need to make a proper change. So without change, we can't do anything. We need to have a proper change in the cultivation and also the agricultural productivity. So agriculture defines the cultivation of the soil, growing and harvesting crops, breeding and raising the livestock. This is far much important. And also packing, processing and marketing. So this is the secondary stuff. So this agriculture is constrained by the climatic situation, terrain condition, soil fertility. Yes, it's possible to grow tomatoes in Iceland or lettuce in Saudi Arabia, but it's expensive and takes a sophisticated technology as well. So whatever our nation can do, we can let us go ahead. Let us go ahead and plant it. So whatever the benefits is arising out of that particular crop, we will be ultimately the nation will be benefited. Agriculture can have a strong, even devastating impact on the natural environment. Slash and burn agriculture, if poorly done, can ruin the forest lands for years, and overgrazing can cause soil loss, soil erosion. We can't do the grazing, overgrazing also. The desertification, agriculture practice on marginal lands can also degrade land, expanding arid areas. Irrigation also, the salinity. Salinization, waterlogging is also an important part. So the next slide talk about why agriculture is not attractive to the because now it is booming. Okay, it was in the past. Now it is going down. Although how the IT employees also now they are getting a better income. They are switching their profession into the farming because they are giving more of importance now, but not in the later period, later decade. It was not that because they think that there's no money from farming, low income, unstable work, high risk, and also no prospects, no pride, and also no dignity in the farming, low self-esteem. These are all the perception by the country and also the population. So later on, it has been gradually raised, and now most of the people is taking as a CSR, corporate social responsibility, and also they are doing for farming for their well-being as well. The rural life is boring. There is no entertainment at all. They feel that. And also the exclusion in the agricultural policy formation and decision-making process. Lack of rural youth organization focusing on the agriculture. These are all the mindset of the people in the past. Now it has been gradually increased. So the next slide talks about the production technologies for increasing the mitigating water stress drought situation, how we can tackle it. Package of practices for each crop. We need to have a proper practices. Transfer of technology to the farmers, demonstration, training. We need to train them up because most of the farmers are illiterate. So we need to being educated professionals, we need to train them. And also, if at all, we can have a webinar also for that. So distribution of key inputs or 7 agro-climatic zones. And also the technology for mitigating water stress drought situations. So the problems which is arising with the plantation, if a natural forest is clear for the plantation, there is loss of biodiversity and habitat. We need not to cut a tree. So if you are cutting a tree, we are deteriorating our environment. So natural forests have to be safeguarded. In the past time, plantation have been associated with the slavery, but so this is the scenario, this is the criteria as well. But creating plantation for wood could eliminate the need to exploit the natural forest. Okay, instead of getting a lot of papers, we can reduce the paper-free environment. We can have a digitalized environment. So the pesticides. Okay, normally the farmers rely upon the pesticides. That is the kill is the sites. Normally, the meaning of sites basically means to kill. So that produces the crops. Okay, so the pesticide is a poison. It is a poison as well. Okay, we are trying to kill the creatures which affect the plant, but ultimately our plant is also being poisoned also that destroys the pest, but actually it is not. So such as the insect, rodents or weeds, example includes insecticides, rodenticides and herbicides. Pesticides, however, can also harm beneficial plants, and insecticides, wildlife and even people. So we have glyphosate. So that we can use it. That is very beneficial for the plants. And the next thing is enriching the soil. A modern method of enhancing the soil is to use both the organic and inorganic materials by adding the compost and chemical fertilizers to the soil. We need to have the proper chemical fertilizers. So the compost is a mixture of the decomposing organic matter, the cow dung, the animals' waste particles which has been buried. We need to ignore the plastics. Plastic is the biggest enemy of all the nations. We need to ignore the plastic. We need to have a plastic-free environment to safeguard the nature, safeguard the nature, and also safeguard the soil fertility as well, such as the manure and rotting plants that is used as a fertilizer and soil conditioners. Rotting plant also can be used as a soil fertilizer. Yeah. And many cities and industries now compost yard and crop waste. This compost is then sold to the farmers and gardeners, and the process is saving the costly lands and fill the space as well. There are negative impacts. Our current mass production style of farming has resulted in numerous negative side effects. That is basically on an environmental perspective, damage is happening. There is reduced biodiversity, habitat destruction, deforestation, water, air and soil pollution, salination, desertification, decline in the waters as well. So human impacts, the farmland destruction, damage to the soil fertility, reduce the nutritional value of food, decrease the economic, social and cultural values. For the past several years, research has overlooked at sustainable agriculture as the potential solution to correct and prevent these types of problems. we can prevent this problem, but we need to have a human interference. We need to interfere in that. So the Sustainable Agriculture was adopted by the Congress in the Food, Agriculture, Conservation and Trade Act of 1990 under the law. So that is the Sustainable Agriculture means nothing but the plant and animal production practices. We need to have a in the long-term terminology. We need to have the long-term terminology by satisfying the human food and fiber needs, enhance the environmental quality, make proper efficient use of non-renewable resources, sustain the economic viability of farm operations, and enhance the quality of the life of the farmers and also society as a whole. So the goal of the nations is to have an economically viable environment, environmentally friendly and sustainable agriculture, and also socially acceptable relationship. So we need to form in order to get the farming work done. And also the sustainable agriculture is referred to the ability of the farmer to produce the food indefinitely. That is also one particular stuff. So traditional methods, these are traditional methods like water harvesting and rainfall. Today, 80% of the crop production worldwide relies on rainfall, the climatic condition. Because of the rainfall only, these are all part and parcel of the farming. So the climatic barriers, water resources, the temperatures, these are all the things. So if at all it is absent, we can't able to do it in a full-fledged manner. And also the Mesoamerican farms are also often looked up as a proof of past functioning sustainable agricultural system that is based upon the crop rotation, natural fertilizers, raising the fields and terraces, irrigation canals, swamps, lakes, home gardens, tea culture. We have to implement all these things and we have to safeguard it as well. These are today's methods: the crop rotation, pest control strategies, soil and water conservation practices, static use of animal and green manures. So the manure is very much important. Okay, so we need to have the animal free. We need to free up the animal, and you have to eat the plants, and also the whatever the waste particle which is coming around, that will be served as a manure. So the natural or synthetic inputs in the waste that pose no significant hazard to the man animals. So chemicals and fertilizers, whatever we are seeing, that causes the hazard, but not the natural way of formation, which is causing a hazard to the man and animals and to the environment. So the sustainable agricultural based upon the crop rotation keeps the soil healthy. Mixed farms allows the use of livestock manure. Conserving the natural areas protects our environment. Small changes in the practice can help the rather than harm the environment. So we need to have a proper grass-fed livestock control weeds without chemicals or moving. Science can determine the right amount of fertilizer and pesticides. And finally, farming removes the nutrients and fertilizer or manure and replace them. So this is the alphabetical order I'm telling about. And finally, H stands for the farming multiple crops allows farmer to reduce their financial risk by having multiple products to sell. Rules and regulations, which is very much clear as per the USDA organic substance. While the goal of the sustainable agriculture is similarly defined by the numerous organizations, there are no strictly defined rules for regulations farmers to abide by. They have their own regulations and also the rules to safeguard the soil and also safeguard the plantation, safeguard the trees and all that. These standards and certification for organic farming, which has been similarities to sustainable agriculture, but the two not synchronization. It is not a brother synonymous. Organic versus sustainability. Organic, we need to have a proper organic thing. Then only we can eradicate the pesticides, herbicides, and all the tumors. Whereas the sustainable agriculture does not. It doesn't use that. So sustainability aims to balance between what is taken out of the soil with what is returned to it, without the relying on the outside inputs. This is not necessarily a concern of organic farming. And organic farming constitutes only a small percentage of farm with a minor impact of the environment. Sustainable agriculture aims to make positive changes on all farms. In the future, large organic farms that rely upon the machinery and automation and purchase inputs will have similar sustainability issues and that of a large conventional farm as of today. Politics and in the economics, that is the negative part, that is the sustainable development is constrained by the economic growth. The transition being conventional to the sustainable farming is usually costly, expensive, so much expense is there. So development is viewed as a coinciding with consumption. The vast international inequalities of resources consuming make it hard for the farm actually. That is which is in peak. Enforcement of environmental regulations may be blocked by the political and also economic advances. So these are all the politics and economics factors, that is positive factors, the economic incentives which encourage the farmers, farming techniques. Sustainable practice can save the farmers money, and also the sustainable farms tend to have the multiple crops leading to both financial security and subsistence. Laws for both global and local level could enforce the protective standard, and education of the environment situation may form the fundamentals, may make them better nation, also better environment as well. So the agriculture in Pakistan import is an undeniable factor. So Pakistan is really they are doing their agriculture in a well-versed manner, as it contributes significantly to its economy, employment, food security, export earnings. It also supports the various industries and provides sustainable livelihoods, particularly in rural areas, and also they are giving employment opportunity for a lot of farmers and also for the people for their nation. In addition to the, I'll conclude the part finally. In addition to the technology and water management, Pakistan agricultural sectors must also focus on the sustainable farming practices. Organic and regenerative farming techniques can help restore soil health and reduce the chemical inputs and improve the biodiversity. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Hope my presentation will suit you and also will be more beneficial for you as well. Thank you so much.
Sir, thank you, Dr. Professor Jafar Sadiq. Thank you so much. Like Dr. Vishnu from Kolkata, India. I mean, we've had so many great humans and great friends and great neighbors from India who have taken research and done some effort to look into what is sustainable for Pakistan. We had a very bright girl yesterday, Miss Ria, who spoke about bridging the gender inequality gaps in the global south as well. I thank you so much for your time, and certainly it's a comprehensive resource that you've just brought us through. And certainly one key point that, you know, before we move on to our next guest is that the use of the word organic, right? And a lot of things that are also claimed to be organic are not really organic. Thank you. If you can stop sharing your screen and we can move on. Does anybody have any questions for Dr. Jafar?
I have a comment, Turab.
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you very much, Turab, as well, for putting that comments from India. And I would like to just highlight that the professor belongs to a very, very big voluntary group in India. They have just started. I mean, not just started. They have they are from India, but they have presence around the globe, and they have more than 30,000 engineers in their voluntary group working towards that. And when I mentioned to the president of this voluntary group, IGEN, I think he would be, the professor would be able to speak one or two lines about them. But immediately, whoever I spoke to, Indian people, and when I mentioned that this summit is from Pakistan, they were a bit reluctant. We know the political situation, and I do not blame them at all. But that was the situation. But when I mentioned to this president, he said, we don't have any issue. And I was really glad that he made an effort to find the person who is expert and send his contribution. So I thank you to the professor as well as to the president and as well as to the group. So that is where what I wanted to say. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
There's no doubt, you know, I'm from Singapore. We have our neighbors, Malaysia. We love them, right? And everybody is quite aware of some unnecessary friction sometimes that is created between India and Pakistan. And I, being a Singaporean living here for the last 17 years, you know, I've been to India before as well. I have friends in India as well. And so, you know, I think there's an unnecessary need to spend on a great deal on defense and not spend on education and not spend on infrastructure and not spend on public health and not spend on the valorization of farmers, right? So at some point in time, everyone has to just really look at, you know, what's the best use of resources that we have, the finite resources that we have. So I think we're all part of the global south. We share the same conditions. We share the same inequalities. right? So thank you so much for bringing greater humanity to this conference. And thank you so much, Dr. Jaffer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I welcome.
David, would you like to jump in? David.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, you were trying to contact me before. Sorry, I got called away. I listened to the presentation. Hello, everybody.
Hello, David.
I got some comments on the presentation from Professor Jaffer Sadiq, if that's of interest at this point.
Sure.
Please proceed, sir. Please proceed. It's your time. Thank you.
Thanks. I was very struck by the two different forces tugging at each other throughout the presentation, particularly in relation to the use of pesticides and chemicals. And I agree with the professor, there's some very important cultural issues that he identified, but they too tug at each other because industrial agriculture that depends on pesticides and high inputs is not really interested in the cultural factors that might unify an interest around life and farming and the sort of cultural factors that might be a remedy. And I think part of what I noticed in the presentation, which might be helpful, is yes, sustainability and organic problematic terms. However, if we use the term agroecology, that's a better term because it incorporates the social dimension, the cultural dimension as well, which is very important to positioning the transition towards the objectives that are required. So really, without addressing the cultural forces and the technology forces that are tugging at each other, I mean, yes, of course, there's life in the soil, but if you throw chemicals on it, you kill it. And it does place a high demand on the so-called safety of those chemicals and the insurances that the profiteers that sell them make regarding them. But really, everywhere in the world, we're a long way from actually having those claims about chemicals being even remotely proven true. So that's my thoughts, that what needs to be addressed is those opposing forces that emerge throughout the talk and addressing them, and they do require thinking about from a strategic point of view. For example, just the other day I was looking at snakes. There's a lot of poisonous, venomous snakes in Pakistan. If the farmers kill them, they're killing their natural pest control because the snakes eat a lot of things that they don't like on their farm. But, in Pakistan, there's not a good system of venom cures because it's been neglected. So it's not a bad idea to kill them when there's no anti-venom about. So addressing the correct issues is not always easy, but those things are easier to address when you're addressing the cultural aspects as well. So I applaud the presentation for incorporating the cultural aspects of what's required to make the change and the transformation. It was a very interesting presentation, and thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. David. Thank you. We'll be coming back to you. Mr. Trab, do you have any comments? So we can move to Zarek.
David, thank you so much for your contribution. No doubt, we really have to understand that I think broad spectrum applications are genocide for soil biodiversity, right? So we really have to understand the decisions that we make and the impact it has on biosecurity of all nations and certainly the public health of humans. We will certainly be connecting back with you, David, to get more insights for you to share with everybody else. Let's move on to DR Congo. And Mr. Murhula, are you here with us?
No, I guess he left.
Yeah, he's had some internet issues. Let's have Mr. Zarek, and then I believe we have Sanakavan after that. Zarek, are you here? Yeah.
Right. Hello, everyone. It's very windy and cold over here. So I'm actually taking cover with my tomato plants right now.
You look
Let
good.
me
Thank
share
you.
my screen. Right. Okay. Okay. So I hope everyone can see my screen.
Yeah, yes, we
Okay.
can, sir.
Okay. Right. My net is pretty bad, so I do apologize in advance. I am a farmer for the past. This is my 12th year of farming. After coming back Pakistan, I've been growing a lot of tomatoes, and it's been pretty hard growing tomatoes in the soil. So about 5 to 6 years ago, we started this transition where we moved from growing our crops from soil-based systems to soil-less systems. We've actually now most of our systems are 99% indigenous. So yeah. So I do apologize in advance. I didn't realize that there would be. I subtitled a bit in Urdu. So hydroponics has had a very troubled history in Pakistan. Some people say that hydroponics will never ever take off because we have so much land. But the US has 100 times more land than we do, and they're practicing hydroponics as well. But some of the most common problems we faced in the past, well, some most common problems I've heard in the past like decade or so, is that hydroponics is really expensive and requires a lot of power to run, specialized hardware, things like that. We cannot find media, and in the local vernacular, crops like broccoli, iceberg lettuce, cherry tomatoes are actually called Chinese sabzi, Chinese vegetables for some reason. And the last bit is that it's far too complicated. And in a way, that's all true. That is all pretty true. But that is when, because most of the systems that we've had in Pakistan, they've not been designed for Pakistan. They've not been designed for our unique ecosystem. Most of the investors I've known have literally picked up systems that were designed for France or for the Netherlands. Literally picked it up and dropped it in Pakistan without taking into account the energy or the heating, or in our case, the cooling requirements. So what's essentially happened is that we have systems that have not been designed specific, that are not smart, that are not designed for our ecosystem, and were designed as scientific experiments, not as innovations in business models. So, when we start building for Pakistan, when we start designing for Pakistan, then things make sense. So So what we've accomplished in the past few years is, from an acre, granted we're very low when it comes to the average that the UK or Europe has. Europe has when it comes down to yields. But we've hit 200 tons per acre. Our cost production is extremely low. We are at, I believe that would be 2 cents a kilogram. This is your OPEX, and the amount of carbon we release is 4.7 tons, which is, in the grand scheme of things, which is nothing. So, and also an acre of our systems would cost around 4 million Pakistani rupees, or 14,000 US dollars. So the car you see, the Kia Picanto, is what you can actually get for the same price. And but what the difference is that this thing will lose value as soon as you drive off the lot, while our systems will actually provide 3x the value and none of the carbon footprint. So we also did this comparison when it came down to our systems, compared to a soil-based system. So for 200 acres, assuming 50 tons per acre, a farmer would need 7.4 acres of land and millions of liters of water. So, and the cost would go all the way up to 13 cents a kilogram. And the big issue, like the big problem, is all those carbon emissions that will be released, not because of the amount of fertilizer used, but because of nitrification, all the processes that occur when you deploy fertilizer in the soil. So, you know, I think we're doing good for the time being. Hopefully we'll improve on that sooner. And potentially per acre, through our systems, we can save close to 100% of carbon emissions, and we can save about 81% when it comes down to growing, which is massive because honestly, I've been here since the start of the call. I was literally in my greenhouse during the entire call earlier today. So one of the biggest problems that we have in Pakistan is the fact that our farmers do have money, our farmers do have access to not traditional means of finance, but their systems are so poorly designed. And we're not even talking about the microbes. For example, drip irrigation is so poorly designed that the sort of yields that you're supposed to get from drip irrigation, farmers aren't getting that, and most of them end up dumping their systems within a year or two because it just doesn't make sense for them. They'd rather stay to flood irrigation, and which is much more expensive in the long term and devastating for the soil. So I know I'm kind of rushing through this, but there's been so much. I'd rather just focus on the business side of it. So I've worked in the Pakistani produce markets. This is my 12th year, where I've actively trade and sell my own produce. So the market will never really appreciate that this is organic, this is hydroponic, this is aeroponic, whatever. They'll never appreciate that. They'll look at the aesthetics of it, they'll look at the taste of it. Most tomatoes in Pakistan, they're not picked ripe off the crop, off the vine. They still have at least a week or two worth of ripening to go through. And most of the time people will try to ripen it through ethylene. So in the past decade or so, the local market has always been the most liquid way for me to, liquidate. The most I've liquidated in about 3 hours is around 40 tons of crop. And I've gotten cash within a few hours and essentially built a lot of repeat customers. And this is not by growing fancy cherry tomatoes or Renz varieties, whatever. We're basically growing standard tomatoes that, people that are a part of our dietary culture, sorry. The opportunity when it comes down to it is a $16 billion opportunity when it just comes down to providing good, clean staples in the Pakistani market. And last but not least is the fact that we're building a business model at this moment, which is based on providing good, clean food to people, which is honestly, with the amount of dioxin and sulfate and God knows what else is being sprayed, things are pretty bad. So we're able to provide pretty clean, transparent food, and people appreciate that. So, but then we have our own technologies. We have our own nutrient formula we've designed. It's pretty solid. The cost per irrigation comes down. It's pretty low. But something that I love is the ESP32 microcontroller, and we do everything with this. We do computer vision, we do thermal analysis, we do system automation. Most of my greenhouse where I am right now, we have, I think the only system we've not automated are reverse osmosis systems, but everything else is automated. And last but not least, we've my partner and I, we actually won an award for this at Expo 2020 in Dubai, where we have started designing and deploying our own greenhouse, our own tower structures. and we're using 80% recycled plastic, which is pretty solid. And the cost of it, we're at $40 a tower right now, and it's just dropping. So, and we have big aims, we have big plans. So this is what we hope to achieve within the next 10 years before I hopefully retire, and hopefully give a lot of people access to cook clean food. So yeah, and if you'd like to connect, this is me on LinkedIn. So thank you so much.
Firstly, I just want to say, Bilal, yes, you get the question. Fabulous work. Honestly, it gives me great joy to really to be able to showcase someone like you, because the future of food is quintessential. We need to develop more startups like you. We need to develop more females going into the future of food, protein tech. We need to return to soil tech, right? We need to develop permaculture, right? And I agree with you. I've been on similar pathways. We're more our design, our future design is really more about aquaponics, because through creating sustainable feed source from black soldier fly, we can actually direct it. I actually showed a video about it yesterday, right? So we want to create a runoff that water through algae farms and create micronutrient density rich water that we can then later push up to hydroponic farms, right? So I think hydroponics is suddenly, you spoke, and I really love that you looked at the calculations of what is the carbon footprint per kilo of, you need to look into that, of tomatoes and stuff like that. So I really applaud you for taking the spirit of what we're doing and seeing and connecting the dots. We will certainly, I really think your solutions and your cost-effective efforts, right, is a win for the Global South, right? So I think we can, and that's what I try to do as well, because we want to string 265 tons of waste a day, right? So so I'm teaming up with international experts, but at the same time I'm changing the model, because you're right, it's not necessary to bring everything 100% that is being applied in Europe here, because there they have different concerns. There they try to automate more because they've got higher labor costs. Here we should use this to actually develop our economies, create jobs, create more STEM-based and knowledge-based education. So I think everyone loves your ideas, and a couple of them got questions. Bilal, Sanakava, thank you.
Thank you, Turathab, and Sanaka, will be coming back to you in a moment. You'll be giving the next keynote. So I just want to let everyone know, Zarek was the first startup founder that I connected, because I didn't come from business background. So when I started doing journalism, nobody knows, anyone, and Zarek was the first person that I interviewed, and he's one of the finest, hydroponic startup founder in Pakistan. I haven't met a more humble and more realistic person. But just have one question. He's actually one of those people who have achieved more during a pandemic. I think he indigenized a lot of systems that go into building hydroponics, and also love to know that he's doing average crops with hydroponics, because when I looked at international systems, he talked about it being unrealistic, people thinking it being unrealistic, but that's been the case across the world, right? We have seen a vertical farming bubble internationally, but there's been two, three problems. First of all, people thought that they either had to be a system provider or they had to be a grower. They can't be one. So first, they can't be like both. So first is this. What's Zak's thought on that? Secondly, I mean, you have a system, you have built it. So what's the challenge you see now to scale it? Because you mentioned that you're gonna go to like 10,000 acres in the next 10 years. So this is the second question. What's the challenge you see now for you or any other hydroponics in the park? So.
Right. So let me answer those in reverse. The first problem that we have in this part of the world is that we do not have the right operators right? And when I mean operators, I do not mean growers, but like electricians, plumbers that actually understand how an irrigation system, not even a hydroponic system, an irrigation system is to be maintained, right? So you have this problem where, for example, after the Pepe project, 50,000 acres were deployed with drip irrigation, but a lot of those systems the operator just could not figure out how to maintain it properly. So these systems were choked within a few years. So a lot of people just scrapped those, right? So where I am right now, we've partnered up with the NLC, and we're building this. We're actually at a school right now where we're training people on the hard skills, hard and not soft skills, but the hard skills that you need to actually run a hydroponic farm. How to mix nutrients, how to maintain line pressure, how to keep a greenhouse in order, things like that. When it comes down to growing and scaling it, the thing is, I believe that the Pakistani rupee is going to crash in the next few months, and we are going to go above 350. So it's pretty difficult. So we do have to think outside of the box. We are looking into carbon credits. We are looking into a lot of things. One of our farms in Banu, where we have this whole ecosystem where we're capturing methane and we're combusting it, and then we're using that carbon dioxide to enrich our plants. We're working on this, but it's complicated science, and I just do computer sciences, so we're still figuring out the ins and outs of it. Scale, I think the thing with Pakistan, because of how the rupee has crashed in the past year or so, is that a lot of people are very excited and are looking into different means of investments. Pakistanis on average I believe the figure is 900,000 or a million Pakistani farmers. There are 900,000 Pakistani farmers that have more than 7.5 acres and less than 12.5 acres of land. So my aim is to just take on maybe 1,000 farmers in the next few years and then help them scale up, right? Instead of me going out and doing like the Uber thing or the Careem thing, where you're scaling and you're acquiring customers at all cost. We're helping just build up our farmers. And then as more and more people come on board, we help them develop their capacities to the limits. And we do have this partnership model where, we help with the supply chain and the agronomic support. So a lot of people are excited, and honestly, I'm just overwhelmed when it comes to work, because like there's only one Zarak and there's 100 acres I have to deploy next month.
Sure.
I think it's just Bilal, I just wanted to comment that I think your work is fascinating, and at the same time, I just want to quickly ask, and I really appreciate the approach that you have when it comes to scaling. These projects that you do with farmers, what's the size of those projects? What would that cost?
Well, right now, our initial cost, when it comes down to it, the first acre is the most expensive part of the system. Our systems are designed for, initially, the first acre will have all the hardware for 10 acres worth. So whether it's the RO system, whether it's the dosing system, whether it's our AI system, everything's there, right? All we need to do is just deploy more greenhouses, right?
You start basically with the capacity for 10 acres, right? But scale from 1 acre. We have a similar idea. Well, what does it cost? What does it cost?
The first acre is around 4 million Pakistani rupees, which is around 14,000 US dollars. And scaling afterwards is around between 3,000 to 4,000 US dollars per acre.
The reason why I asked, because I suspected that this is the great work that you have done, and I think this is an opportunity. This is being recorded. The prices that you're talking about are unheard of in the global north, right? There's nowhere they can even think of setting up hydroponic farms in the standard that you have. Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that the world can hear this. So thank you.
Yeah. And honestly, earlier today, this is actually with my tomatoes. But the thing is, design a system, and I don't know if you can actually see it. All right. So if you design the hardware properly and the architecture properly for it, a greenhouse might cost maybe a greenhouse for an acre. The structure itself is the most cheapest part of our system. It only costs a few $1,000s. Everything else, it's just the water purification that we need, because where we are right now, the water right now is around 800 to 900 ppm, and there's a lot of calcium bicarbonate in it, and most of the investment actually goes into just cleaning up the water.
Yes, I remember you shared with me. In fact, I did receive information from you that you had even up to 750 feet deep. You saw great contaminants in the water. Okay, Sanakavan, sir, thank you. Please, your question, sir.
Hi everyone. I'm so excited to be here. Hi Zarak, how are you? It's been
I'm
a while.
good, Sanafan. How are you? How are the bananas?
Uh, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. I just had a question. So you talked about the operating cost per kg, and that's about like 6 rupees and some cents.
Give or take, yeah.
Yeah, and you said that it's 80% lower than what is happening. So I just wanted to understand, because we're also in the process of growing tomatoes for national foods as part of their overall strategy. And what we are seeing is that our all in all cost, which includes the land lease, which includes everything included, is like coming like 14 rupees a kg at the moment. So I just wanted to understand the benchmark that you are using, or the data that you're basically looking at.
So if you look at, I guess the biggest cost when it comes down to any irrigation system or any deployment is how do you deliver your nutrients, and how are they being delivered, and are you actually providing the right full recipe for it, right?
Understood.
So so we have our own recipes, but for the benchmark we use the Ohio State recipe for tomatoes.
Understood.
Right. So the thing is, on average in our part of the world, you need about, and that recipe is based on how many milligrams of nutrients are actually going into each liter of water. Okay. Right. So of course there will be variance in that. They recommend in an entire growing season you should have about 6 to 7 acre inches of water, which is a couple million liters of water, right? Or if I'm not mistaken. So the variance may be different. So there, of course, there will be variance when it comes down to it, because like in our entire growing operation of 5 months, we only use about 150,000 to 160,000 liters of water.
Okay, so that is like pretty efficient in that sense. Yes, understood.
Yeah. Sure.
I just wanted to add something, and it's phenomenal what you said. So Zarak, actually, you have created a nutrient delivery system for tomatoes, right?
Yeah.
So look at it from that perspective. So that's a great sales pitch, to have created a nutrient delivery system for tomatoes using hydroponics.
Yeah. So
Anybody else? Yes, thank you. Please proceed.
One of the things that I was working with National Foods on this is that they've been importing maybe 50,000-60,000 metric tons of tomatoes from the Central Asian republics. The problem that will happen, I've been speaking with them for about a year or so. We've been designing systems accordingly. The problem that comes down now is that we just do not have that right bricks count or that right chemical parameters that are actually required for a finished product. So yes, Pakistani systems, traditional soil-based systems, not even soil-based system, but like traditional systems where we're using flood irrigation, where we're just spraying all over the crop, is going to damage the end product as well. So all these initiatives where they actually want an end product, which can be further processed and can generate returns for the farmer, those may fail. because agronomy while we're growing the plants is compromised.
Understood. Yeah.
Well, that's what I think, at least. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Thank you, Zarek. Thank you, Sanakam, for your question. So, if anybody else has a question,
I have
floor is
one.
open.
Sorry, I'm a bit late. I'm listening to all the dialogue and discussion here. Okay, first question: that is it a not really closed system, but is it a system that is resilient to any climate? Very intense climate change impact, in the sense of like flooding or too much water coming, or dry season and so on. So that is one question. Please tell that first, and then I will go to another one.
Okay. I started farming in a place called Bannu. It's right on the Pak-Afghan border. Extremely in the past few years, our summers have hit 50 degrees centigrade. Right? 50 degrees centigrade is, if I'm out wearing a sleeveless top, I will get I will get sunburned within maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Yes, of course, I understand. I'm from India originally, so I understand. Don't worry. Carry on.
Yeah. So the thing is, our systems, when the floods happened, with the extreme heat we've been facing, because summers in 2012 were not as intense as they are now in Pakistan or in places like Bannu or Cholistan. So we found that, yes, during our peak, normally we use around 7 to 9,000 liters of water per acre. But during our summers, it may jump up to 10,000 liters or 11,000 liters, which isn't a significant jump. So it's not like we've doubled the requirement. Flooding, honestly, it depends on where you've located your farm. If someone knows that if a century farm, flooding in Pakistan happens traditionally around certain areas. And if you're going right next to it and setting up a farm over there, so can't really do anything about that. But let's say, like how I've designed it, my system is that we actually took a municipal garbage dump, we cleaned it up, and this was land that had not been cleaned for maybe 70, 80 years, maybe more. And people have been dumping garbage and batteries and God knows what on it, and we found a few acres of it right in the city of Bannu, and we just built a farm on it. And granted, when the floods happened in 2022, I believe, or 2020, sorry, everyone else, we sadly made a killing when we brought our product to the market, while everywhere else was flooded, sadly. But it's how you plan it. So and your next question.
Okay, so thank you very much. That's good to know that at least we can have some, boundaries or some sort of conditions that would allow us to keep it intact even in these severe conditions, right? Or keep on working on it. I mean, it will give us the results. But now the second question, when you mentioned that first investment part is the highest amount that we need to invest, and then subsequently there is a less investment. How that model, or how we can fit that model, for example, say a cooperative invest in that big money, and then it allows the farmers on the subsequent money. Is that model applicable to a cooperative?
Okay, I just let me clarify. So let's say we take 4 million rupees, Pakistani rupees, and then a cooperative or corporate or whoever, they invest in it, and then farmers are able to then come on board and then essentially maybe pay back the cooperative and scale up afterwards. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the funnest thing about designing a good agriculture system, irrigation system. And I always talk about irrigation. water is everything on a farm, right? So essentially, the first thing whenever you have to design a system for scale is figure out where are you going to centrally locate yourself, because you do not need a system that is experiencing a lot of pressure loss. More pressure loss you're experiencing, the more expensive the system is going to get, because you're going to need bigger pipes, you're going to need a bigger pump, things like that, right? So the first thing, if a corporate or a cooperative would like to invest, is first pick a plot of land which is pretty squarish. And I'm sorry, I'm getting very micro into this, but this is very important, which is very squarish, right? And then centrally locate your pumping systems. When you have a centrally located pumping system, so essentially what's happening is that you can scale systems on the left and the right very quickly and very cheap. Okay, so for farmers, for essentially if someone was to make an angel investment of 4 million, we found that it may take about 7 to 8 months for someone to recoup that cost as soon as they go into the off season. So a cooperative can actually have a sort of public-private partnership model with a local farming community where they're like, fine, we'll invest the first bit of money. You help pay us back. You can, for example, pay us back no interest on the investment, but like 4 million, which is our base cost. And then the system's yours. And then the scale-up cost can easily be added. This is how much you're going to need to scale it from 1 acre to 10 acres or 50 acres. So
okay, good,
it's not
good.
that difficult.
That is again very interesting. Thank you very much. And just last question, I don't know if that is applicable at all here or not. We have seen irrigation systems in arid region.
Mm-hmm.
And are they similar, or what you are talking? Like generally, I would imagine there needs to be a difference in height in the hydroponic to work the water flow efficiently.
Okay.
I'm not an expert, but that is what I understand. And arid region, for example, Morocco has such examples, and they are working very well. So I wanted to know whether some natural systems that can allow the flow of water would apply to hydroponic at all or not.
Okay, let me just quickly share my screen, because I think the picture will illustrate this better. So what you see here is essentially a drip irrigation system with media, right? So you may have humus over here, you may have clay pebbles over there, okay? So with these sort of systems, which are for long-term plants like tomatoes, cucumbers, karele, bitter gourd, things like that, you can actually have a pretty passive system, and where you can use the flow of gravity to irrigate point A and reach water at point B. Okay, when it comes down to tower-based systems, you would need a pump, because towers require a lot more precision, a lot more water, and we're essentially recirculating water 24 hours a day. So for a media system like this in the picture, you can have a pretty straightforward gravity-powered system where you can even mix the nutrients into the water tank and then grow from it. Granted, you won't have very high yields, but it will work. And for a tower-based system, you would need a pump regardless, because you need to recirculate a few thousand liters of water every day.
Okay, wonderful. I understood. Thank you very much for your answers. Very insightful. And also, the best thing I like about the comparison in prices, and also the capital that require, which makes people more, buy in for your technique. That is very much needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So Zarak, I just again, I think it's fascinating. You're doing a tremendous job. I salute you. I recommend you start preparing some ideas of what $100,000, what $500,000, and what $1 million can do. And create the social mapping of how many projects can be accommodated in terms of cost-effective scenarios for these, right? So
Of course.
it will be then easier then when as investors or opportunities come for them to give them options with regards to, you know, if you have less money, this is the option available if you're willing to impact more.
Yeah.
So naturally, you know, they will be able to see the value of the difference between investing in say 100,000 and $1 million, because I can see your how you doing your cost accounting, and so you will suddenly be able to give more with $1 million, right? So that's basically how it works. I thank you so much for your input today. It's been enlightening. I think Pakistan is delighted that, you know, we have a youth like you doing what you do, right?
Thank you so much.
I think there's no doubt that the GSFN CCC will also be looking at developing community carbon credits with your project. Do you feel this is correct, Dr. Renuka? Okay, she stepped away. No problem. So thank you so much. I'd like to just break away, Sanakawan. We have a guest from Europe, and just after that, we'll come to you. Naturally, everyone knows that, you know, we've been looking to map the soil health of Pakistan. We're currently working to understand the bioactivity of Pakistan's soil better on our way to basically creating a digital twin of agricultural Pakistan. So we've been working and doing research and developing with biome makers. In fact, they inspired me. The work of biome makers inspired me to develop this whole summit. So I'll hand over to Ms. Mariam. Thank you so much.
Sorry, hello. I had some problems with the camera, but I think that's all right now. I will present my screen.
Thank you.
Okay, are all of you able to see my screen?
Yes, please proceed. Thank you so much, Maria.
Perfect. So thank you for the presentation. As he said, I'm Miriam Navarro. I'm product specialist at Biomakers. So it means that I'm in the technical part in this company. So I will present first thing a little bit the company, and after it, a little examples about what we are doing. So, well, the company begins in 2015. And it begins in California and USA, but for now we are around the world, as you can see here. So we are happy to present here also. And that's what I want to explain is the idea of biomakers. So as you know, soil is rich of microorganisms, and usually in the past we always analyze the physical part and the chemical part of the soil, that it's also important, but we are saying microorganisms, the biological part of the soil, is also important, same as physical part and chemical part. So just to take into account, you know that in 1 spoon of microorganisms you have more, in 1 spoon of soil you have more microorganisms than in all the earth. So it is important to take into account. And another point is a lot of people take into account only the biodiversity, so all the microorganisms that we have in the soil, fungus and bacteria, the taxonomic list. But we think that it is not only the point. The important point is the functions that they are carrying out in the soil. And if these functions are damaging the crops or are helping the crops to grow better or to adapt to stress, etc. So taking all of this into account, we will know the soil health, and we will be able to do something to increase this soil health. So taking all of this into account, this is how we work. Always from soil samples that clients send to us, we have these two different steps. The first one is what we call the wet lab, and the second one is the dry lab. The wet lab is the typical one. So in the lab, we use these soil samples and extract all the DNA and sequence it, both for bacteria and fungi. So at the final of this first state, we have this biodata, that means this taxonomic list of all the microorganisms and all the fungus that we have in that soil. But as I said, with this taxonomic list, it's difficult to understand if what we can do to improve our soils. So we have this second step, that is the dry lab. And in this second step, we use different data science tools to translate this taxonomic list into a functional indexes. So these functional indexes means the functions that microorganisms are doing in the soil related to, as you can see, nutrition, or related to stress adaptation, or more related with diseases, so pathogens or biocontrol, the microorganisms that naturally can fight pathogens, etc. This is just a little bit more explained what we just explained. So at the end, obviously, you have any question, happy to answer it. But the idea is that with all of these results, we can understand, as I say, the taxonomic biomarkers. So the first part, as I say, the taxonomic list, the functional, the last part, and also the ecological, because the part that I didn't talk about, this first biodiversity or biosustainability, is more related with ecological. Ecological means how microorganisms connect with each other. And it is also important because we know that microorganisms that are better connected to each other are more able to adapt in front of a stress, so they have more resilience. And the microorganisms that are less connected to each other, so more clustered, means that they are not able to adapt in front of some stresses. So we take all of these into account for our last results. And after doing this process, we always have this first process, but we divide in different services, and these services are depending on the goal of the project or the client. So we have Bicop test, trial, and rate. Bicop test is the one that is more related with a diagnostic of the soil. So it is usually used with agriculture. So this means just a picture of how your microbiome is right now, and obviously we will help you to understand at the end what you can do to improve it. The second one is Bicop trial, and this one is more related with product. The idea, the objective of this one is to understand how a product affects the microbiome. So we have a protocol designed to understand when you apply a product in your soil, what is the effect in the microbiome, beneficial for the microbiome or damaging for it. And the last one is Bicop rate, and this one is a sustainability assessment. So the idea is the picture that you can see at the right. The idea in this one is to understand the sustainability of this soil, analyzing the microbiome. Because as I said before, we know that microbiome is connected different, and depending how, if they are well connected to each other or more clustered, it can be, the soil can be have more health or less health, and this is related with the management or products that we are applying in the soil. So we know that if you are you have a more conventional agriculture, this Bicop rate will be lower, and it means that the microbiome is less connected to each other. And if you have a more sustainable management, this Bicop rate will be higher, and it means that the microorganisms are better connected to each other. So I would like to explain you some examples, just you to know how the technology works. So the first one is Bicop test. Remember this, the Bicop test is the one more related to a diagnostic of the soil. And this is a case that this person have 5 different locations, and they say that the location 1 is really worse than the other ones, and they are close to each other. Why the location 1 is worse is because the germination and growth of the crop in this location is worse. And also they need to apply strong chemicals in this location because they have problems with diseases. So our hypothesis is maybe the abundance of pathogens is higher in location 1, and also microorganisms related with biocontrol. So the microorganisms that naturally can fight pathogens in the soil will be lower than in the other locations. Okay, so this is fair result is about this this part of soil quality that I said is more related with management practices. And as you can see, this is we always divide in quintiles. That it means that these are quality values from very low, medium, high, or very high. And this is location 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So as you can see in each of them, we have different replicates, so different samples that are replicates from the same area. And here you can see that for location 1, the soil quality is low, and for the rest of locations, the soil quality is between medium and high. What does can mean? So could be related to higher incidence of pathogens and the excessive application of chemicals, because as I say, this is the part more related with the management that we are doing in the soil. And they say that in the location 1, they need to apply higher chemicals. So it seems that applying more chemicals in the soil reduce the soil quality, so reduce how the microorganisms are connected to each other, so it implies less soil health. Okay, taking it into account, we also want to understand the resistance. The resistance is the same as we talk about it now as resilience. So the resilience, as you can see, for location 1 is very, very low because it's close to not detected. And the other ones, depending on each location, but between very low, high, etc. So it seems that both things, soil quality and resilience, are really low in the location 1. So this can be related to this, they applying more chemicals in this location. And the last part, they say that they have more problems with diseases. So a typical one, Fusarium, we want to know the risk of having Fusarium in this soil. And as you can see, for location 1, the risk is low, but is higher than in the other location. So it seems for now in the location 1, they have more Fusarium in the soil, so they need to apply more chemicals, and these chemicals reduce the soil health. And the last part is about these biocontrol agents, in this case fungicide agents. That means microorganisms that naturally can fight fungus pathogens in the soil. And as you can see in this case, they are medium level for location 1. So it seems that for some locations are higher and for some locations are lower. But the idea of this the results is, okay, we know that your problem is that you have more Fusarium in the soil, and you don't have the microorganisms that can fight them. So maybe the solution is not applying more chemicals in the soil, if not improve this kind of microorganisms that can fight naturally in the soil, but because it's the difference between the other locations and your location. So in this case, we will recommend to apply biostimulants or products related with biocontrol. This is the part about the diagnostic in the soil, and I also want to explain you a little bit other part that is related with this understanding how products affect the microbiome in the soil. So as I said, this big growth trial. And just you to know, so big crop trial have a different methodology to be able to understand how your product affect. And as you can see, we need, in these cases, we need always to define a control zone and a zone to be traded. And we need to collect samples in both zones before applying your product and after applying your product. We are doing this because we know the microbiome in the soil can change because of a lot of factors in the soil that we cannot control, as the rains or the temperature, etc. So having this control zone and collecting samples before applying the product and after applying the product, we will know that this difference in the microbiome is just related these factors, just related with the temperature and rain, etc., because we are not applying any product in this zone. And on the other hand, in the zone that is treated, and knowing the difference in the microbiome between this before input and after input, we will know that this difference in the microbiome is depending of two things. One of them is also the weather, and the other one is the product that you apply. So if we subtract the effect that we see in the treated zone, we subtract the effect that we see in the control zone, we are subtracting all the differences in the microbiome that is just related with the weather. So at the end of this analysis, we will know that the results that we are showing are only the effect of your product in the soil. So we will have as the first part the different indexes, but in this case with a 10%. So if we, for example, one of these, soil quality can increase 10%. If it increases 10%, it means that your product do it, because we are not looking at the other factors that can affect. And this second part is because also we like to have the statistics. So we are marking different if the results are statistic or not. The effect means that they are a p-value less than 0.1. That this means 90% of confidence that your result it is because your product. A trend means between 90 and 70% confidence that it's because your product, and major change is 70% of confidence. So an example, this is a prebiotic product that they called it is a prebiotic. So it means that it is like the food of the microorganism to grow better. And as you can see, they have two different points, 10.1 and 10.2. That means this is because sometimes they want to add some extra points because we want to know if the product only have an effect in the first weeks or also month, etc. So you can add all the points that you want. And as you can see, we are looking at microbial phytohormones and stress adaptation. So microbes that can produce microbial phytohormones, because we know that microbial phytohormones are related with improve the growth of the plant. And stress adaptations are other microorganisms that can produce some compounds, and these compounds helps the plant to adapt better in front of stresses as drought or salinity or high temperatures, etc. Okay, and as you can see, all of them are marked as in the first case, the effect, so 90% of confidence. And auxins and cytokinins are increasing 70, 100, and 40, 100%. So it means that this product, the soil prebiotic product, increase the microorganisms that can produce auxins and can produce cytokinins in the soil. So it will help the plant to grow more. And in the second part, as you can see, the soil prebiotic are increasing practically all the indexes related with stress adaptation. So it means microorganisms that can produce this exopolysaccharide, ACC, heavy metal resistance, etc., are increasing in the soil. So this soil will adapt better in front any of these stresses. This is another case. This is a probiotic. So the first case is prebiotic, the food of microorganisms, and in this case is probiotic. So it's directly putting microorganisms in the soil. And in this case, we are looking more into the nutrition part, because in this product, they say that it is related to improve nutrient use efficiency. So we have the pathway related with phosphorus and potassium. And as you can see, this probiotic increase the microorganisms related with phosphorus pathways and with potassium pathways. What this is mean? So you know that the nutrients that we have in the soil, we need microorganisms that solubilize it, so it will be more available for the plant to use. So if this product increase the microorganisms that can solubilize these nutrients, it means that it will improve the availability of phosphorus and potassium for the plant. And the last example related with product is one more related with biocontrol. So the one that probably we will recommend for the first example in microbe test. So this is more related to fight pathogens in the soil, but using directly microorganisms. And as you can see, in these cases, it's just one time. So you are seeing the most important results for this time. That is abscisic acid. That means microorganisms that can produce abscisic acid. It's one related with stress adaptation. But this one is more related with biotic stress. So biotic stress means stress because of pathogens in the soil. Also, this product is increasing fungicidation. So they increase the biocontrol microorganisms that can fight naturally fungus pathogens in the soil. And at the same time, here we have that Fusarium, two different diseases that are related with Fusarium are decreasing. So this product decrease some pathogens in the soil while they increase microorganisms that can fight it. So it is more related with biocontrol. And this is all I want to explain. So this is just to show you different cases that people use all these results in their conference or their papers to explain how is your the soil or how they product improve some microorganisms in the soil. So thank you for the time, and if you have any question, happy to.
Thank you, Ms. Miriam, for joining us and giving us great insight on the work that you do and what Biome Makers does. What do you think at the end of the day? Is it correct that we've lost a lot of soil biodiversity across farmland in the parts of the world that you work with?
Yeah, so this is in part is because of the management that we are doing in this soil, not just the product that we are applying, also the management. So the idea with this is understanding that this management and these products more bio products can help us to have this soil health and to recover our soil.
It's this whole experience of, I think right now we're up to 24 million taxonomical references that we have now for soil microorganisms, DNA data. That's how much DNA data Biome Makers has currently, right?
Yes.
So what does this putting all of this data on one soil machine learning platform, what's the advantage? What does it tell you about the DNA of the planet? As you know, some of our speakers here today said that the planet takes thousands and millions of years to form. and soil, you know, takes millions of years to form as well. What does having 24 million taxonomical references in soil microorganisms tell us about the DNA of soil?
So one of the points is that for big crop tests, we are always asking you the crop, because for us it's so important to know the crop, and for each crop we have all our database, the all of samples that we analyze it. So in this point, we know the typical functions and the levels that we need for each of our crops, because we have all of this database. So we can compare your sample with our database for the same crop and know if you have less biocontrol agents that you need, or less microorganisms related with nitrogen. So having all of this database is the point that we, the most important point to understand how your sample is and how you can improve it.
How can you help Pakistan or countries in the global south like India and further? How can you help us switch to regenerative agriculture, you know, where we return to good soil health? Do you have programs to help people with regenerative agriculture?
Yes, so it depends on the country. So it will depend also on the Pakistan, but we have so a lot of different programs. So beginning with less samples in big crop tests and knowing how you need to improve. Also, at the end of any project, you will have or help any of the product specialists. So we will recommend you how to improve your soil. So next year we can have another sample and understand if your soil are improving or not, or what do you need. So,
Dr. Mohammed Ashraf has a question.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for a nice presentation. Have you any data on soil organic matter? Because soil organic matter can play a very important role in the degradation of pesticide and fungicide residue. You have a data on nutrient and NPK, but I could not see any data on organic matter.
Yes, so I'm sorry. So all our data is always related with microorganisms, but one of our blocks is related with carbon, and inside of carbon we have organic matter release. So they are the microorganisms that are related with carbon pathway, and the microorganisms that are related with released organic matter in the soil. So we take into account all the microorganisms that are related with improved this carbon fixation, or related with release this organic matter for the plant. But also in some, for example, in USA we have a partner that helps us with the physical part, or here in Europe, if you ask us for some partner, or if you have their physical part, we like to take into account it all together. So the physicochemical part related, for example, in this case with the total carbon that we have in the soil, etc., and the microbiome part. So having all together, we can interpret better the results.
Have you studied any correlation between organic matter and pesticide residue degradation?
Sorry, organic matter and?
Correlation between organic matter and fungicide residue degradation. Have you studied?
We have different correlations, not exactly with fungicide, but organic matter is related with a lot of different or of indexes. For example, with picrobrate that I talk at the end. So picrobrate is the one related with the assessment of the sustainability. We know that it is also related with the potential of microarrays to the carbon pathways.
Thank you very much.
I believe at the end of the day, it's all about when you start your soil health journey, it's about your objectives and your prerogatives. So I believe it all starts from the purpose and also the end result and the end goal desired. Anybody else has any questions?
Okay,
Miss-
I have one. Just to make sure, can you share one example where you have intervened to increase the soil quality? As you mentioned that you will have some intervention and that would change the soil quality. So can you share one example so we can understand more?
Yeah, just I will look if I have one now. Okay, I will present you again. Okay, this is our platform. We have a Picro portal with all the results of any client and also different tools to continue analyzing it if you want. And this is one of the cases, I think is this one. I will look for both of it. So here we have all the indexes, some of them that I already show you for micro trials, but here you can select only the most sorry, this in Spanish. The more relevant ones, so this means the ones that have statistics or any just one of the categories, etc. So here global indexes. Okay, yes. Here global indexes is the part more related with this biosustainability, soil quality, etc. In this case, soil quality for us now it's soil biosustainability within this new release, because we think it is more related with the index, the sustainability. So as you can see here, this product, one product in tomato, increased soil biosustainability by 25%, and these two, this here mark in green means that it is an effect. So it means that it is a statistic with 90% of confidence that this product can increase soil biosustainability.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyone have any other questions? Good morning, Dr. Renuka. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Miss Miriam, it's been illuminating. It's always illuminating with biomakers, and a lot of our, I think Miss Erin is also with us. Okay, she popped out. Yeah, so today we've had a lot of people speak conscientiously about soil health, and we started off with Ms. Sanette as well, that spoke about a new culture for soil health, and we had Henry Rowland speak about food safety and land management processes as well. Also similar ideas, but I think at the end of the day, everyone is talking about that call and that action for return to soil health. Thank you so much, Ms. Mariam, for lending us and sparing us your time today. Stick around if you have some time, and we'll speak to you soon as well. Thank you so much, Ms. Mariam.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Bilal, Mr. Sanakavan, are you with us?
Hi, everyone.
Sir. Thank you.
So yes, hi, everyone. I do not have a presentation. I'm just going to speak. I'm just going to share a few points. So Indus Acres is a company that I and my co-founder, like it's been almost like 4 years that we've been on the ground. I'll just give a background. So I come from an economics and finance background, and soil health is something that occurred to me after I started to farm, actually. Um, a disclaimer that we still do a lot of the conventional farming, but on the side we've been experimenting with a regenerative like system. And in our experience over the last almost like 4 years that we've been experimenting and trying other things, I wanted to set a context here, especially like with respect to Pakistan. So in Pakistan there are three broad like categories of operators or stakeholders who are engaged with the soil. And interestingly, uh, there are smallholders which are anywhere between, which are under like 5 acres. Then there are the ones that are very large acreage holders, and then there are people like us who are operators, in the sense that we lease land and then we operate the soil, and then we basically do the farming. Almost 1/3 or like is of the total acreage is under the management of people who take up land on lease. And obviously almost like 20% of the land is with the smallholders, but the largest part is actually with the people who own large acreage, which is 100 acres and plus. Now I think it's important to understand is that what we have observed is that a transition from the conventional system to a regenerative system is a time-taking endeavor. It takes it takes time, and in most cases, the operators or the farmers, in this case, do not have the financial bandwidth to actually take the leap. So I think it's more of an economic issue that we are seeing, even though the science is extremely clear. But from like farm to farm, because the soils are so they are so different. Every farm has a different it has a different sort of a profile, and so I think the uh, the thing that we are observing is that over the last couple of years, because the crop prices have increased over the last almost like 3-4 years, the opportunity cost of the farmer to actually take the risk has increased, which means that his willingness to experiment, his willingness to transition is actually lower in 2024 than it was in 2021 or 2020. Because if you look at all of the crops, for example, wheat and cotton and rice, the prices have increased. They've at least almost like doubled or tripled in most cases. And now the farmer is in a position where if he does not achieve a desired yield, the opportunity cost has increased a lot. So this is something that we are seeing, that there is a lot of interest in farmers, but over the last 2-3 years, they've started to understand that, look, I mean, if it takes, for example, like 3 years to like transition, who's going to bear the cost? So it's more of a financial issue, and I think that is something that needs to be looked at from different stakeholders. Obviously, in Pakistan, the financial markets are not, they're not exactly deep enough to understand and take action on this. So that is something that I wanted to highlight. The other thing I wanted to highlight is that from our experience, we've observed that so that it is important to start with orchards, which is essentially the fruits, which is essentially the fruit orchards, and to start with the perennial crops. Because when we look at the row crops, which is, for example, wheat and cotton and rice, the issue is because most of the farmers are on a flood irrigation system. By the end of the crop, the soil is so compact that it is very difficult to replant without having to go through a land preparation activity. And as we all understand, as we prep the land every 6 months, it's not really helping. So that is something that I wanted to highlight, that because eventually we need to create a model. I mean, eventually the farmers also need to have a successful farm in their area or somewhere closer to them to actually be convinced that this works. So yeah, and so from our experience, what we have observed is that the soils which are sandy, the soils which are high in silt, which are loomy, in nature, we've seen that in the banana plantations that we operate, are because of mulching and because of a low tillage model, we've been able to increase the quality of the fruit, the shine on the fruit. But the same thing has not happened on our other farms, where the soil structure is more on the clay side. It's more on it's like it's more compact soils. Over there, what we've observed, that if we do not, for example, do the tilling, and if we mulch the soil, the ability of the soil to retain the water has actually is not enough. So every time we irrigate, even if we do irrigate a little bit, it takes more time for the soil to absorb the water, which is obviously not good for the plant. So I think these are some of the observations that we've basically we've seen. And then we are essentially a commercial operator. So I think there's a lot of it's now understood that the science of the soil is very clear, but I still see a disconnect with respect to the people who are having these sort of discussions, and the people who are actually on the farm doing the farming for a commercial activity. Eventually the economics will have to make sense for the farmer to think about a transition. And I think that is something that we're seeing. For example, in Europe, there are companies, there are startups which are working on innovative basically like models where they underwrite the risk. So I think we need institutions who are able to underwrite the risk of a transition, and that normally is a 3-year, 4-year, depending on obviously the soil type and everything, and obviously the management after that. So that is a point I wanted to make. So that is also an intervention point. I mean, when we talk about scaling the regenerative system, we often underestimate the incentive that the farmer has to actually move to a system like that. And even 2 years of low yield can actually set the farmer a few years back. And I think the other important thing is that, because, as I said earlier also, because the crop prices have increased 3 times in some cases, now actually it is much more difficult for the farmer to accept a low yield year, 1 or 2, and then obviously eventually after the 3rd year, the system becomes a sustainable activity. But until that point, so it's more of a chicken and egg issue, like who's going to start it. And this is specifically in context of Pakistan. I'm sure in Europe and in US there are structures which are working on those things. So that's a point I want to make. We did the mulching in our was that the soil's ability to hold the water was higher, and its ability to sort of, it was becoming a drought sort of, like resistant, which was not the case in the farms around us. The most interesting thing though was that after what we did, a lot of the farmers, without actually speaking to us, they got the information that, okay, so this farm in this area is getting a good quality, their harvest, they're basically the percentage of subpar produce is lower from our farm as compared to the farm in the area. And and the farmers over there, without actually speaking to us, they got the information, they saw what we're doing, and they started to replicate. Okay, because people are not open to asking. People don't like to ask because that shows, like vulnerability. And farmers have, across the world, I think they have an ego issue. They're like, who are you to tell us, because we've been farming for so long. So I think that's also a problem that we are seeing, that farmers are not very open in terms of asking. And that is something that we have observed across the board, at least in Pakistan. Now, because of technology, because of the connectivity, we are seeing anonymously, like farmers on social media. They're obviously, like reaching out, but it's much more difficult for a farmer to go to a neighbor farmer and ask how he is doing it, because that shows his lack of understanding, which is something that obviously they do not want to. So I think if we put the economic and the social aspect, I think those two aspects are very important to understand, especially in Pakistan's like context, if we are to create a regenerative system at scale. Other than that, I just had another point I wanted to add. Just a minute, please. Yeah. So where do we start? Like, if anybody wants to say, okay, we want to help, for example, with this. As I said, the best place to start is to start with perennial crops, with the crops that do not require land prep, or which do not require to be resown every year. So we have annum crops, and then we have perennial crops. So fruit orchards are a great place. We've seen excellent outcomes in mango orchards. We've seen our friends who have revived the mango orchards, which are almost a gone case. We have ourselves been able to revive a banana plantation which seemed to have already been a dead case. So fruit orchards are a good place to start. And then the grasses, the perennial but for anything like rice and cotton and wheat and corn, it's going to be a very, very uphill task, because a lot of the design has to come into play. And then we have to understand is that most of the farmers in Pakistan are not educated enough to have that understanding of a design, how to like design a farm. And lastly, I just wanted to add that people are often afraid of change, and how overall how educated you are, the more educated you are, the more likely you'll be able to accept change. And when we operate in rural Sindh, at least like where we are, because we've been operating for almost like 4 years, we have about like 500 acres under our like management. We have a team of like 30 odd people on the ground. So we now understand that our team has also been able to, because initially our team was extremely like resistant to new things, but now over time, after we have sort of like trained them, their orientation has changed, their mindset is like changing. So now they're also more open to new things, but it has taken us some time to only instill that in our team. Now for the broader like farming like community, it's going to take a lot more. So I think that those are things that I just wanted to highlight. And I'm grateful to be here, and Turab Saab has done a fantastic job for this event. And I hope, and of course, we are open to questions if anybody has any.
I actually, may I go first, Dr. Renuka?
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. So I have I heard you, and I hear the economic side of things that you brought to the discussion, right? As in the economics, and then you also brought into the discussion the cultural barriers, and also the resistance to change, and you talked about. So here's where my perspective, our perspective at Medigood is slightly different, right? And we understand that the economics is important, but you see, for example, if a person is diagnosed with cancer, right? The idea here would be to seek preventive action or to rehabilitate oneself. If a person who has cancer continues to smoke or continues to indulge in activities that will accelerate that cancer, right? What is the economics of that decision, right? So for me, I think basically, yes, I do agree with you that we do need to create a strategy that supports farmers during this soil surgery that we need in Pakistan, right? Because there's no doubt that the goal here is returning to good soil health, understanding the biorelationships of the soil, switching to regenerative practices, right? Using sustainable farming. But all of this, you see, because the gap in Pakistan, in my opinion, right? It's an agricultural nation. 28% of the GDP is based on agriculture. So, there's been data to prove that, just in the last 2 decades itself, there's been a significant rise of pesticide consumption in Pakistan. 1,169% is a published data based on research done by scientists. So you can imagine that Pakistan itself is one of the largest places, where we have to activate soil recovery and soil optimization back again, right? So from that perspective, we really need to look at this from a public health perspective, right? You see, because what is the opportunity cost of continuing to make decisions that continue compromising the biosecurity of Pakistan, and at the same time, the finite resources of Pakistan, the water table of Pakistan, the soil health of Pakistan, the biodiversity of the soil, so on. And naturally, the public health. I think there's a lot of information that indicates as well that farmers are at direct risk, right? So, and then there's also a lot of indication. And for us to, I think a gentleman, Mr. Henry here, tested the entire Japanese parliament for traces of glyphosate in their bloodstream. So for us, at the end of the day, what is the actual cost? What is the true cost of this decision? That we are often pivoted towards the finance of it. True, right? We need someone to basically help us, right? So we need to go back to the organizations, right? Who through perhaps a lack of previous knowledge, right? Worked on such systems, right? Because as you know, farmers in Pakistan and around the world always have depended on the supply chain of ag input partners and all of that to give them the best validated information, right, with regards to managing their soil health, right? So farmers in general, have taken advice, and up to a certain point as well, where soil tests in Pakistan are not really up to any mark, nor are they even taken seriously by the farmer. Now, at the end of the day, the lack of attention to soil health, right, where 28% of the GDP is based on, right, and the conversation between inputs and outputs, where we have completely missed the processing center of any commodity that you try to generate. So from my perspective, I think, in order to be able to be future ready, the job has to be about balancing the urgent need for restoring the natural capital of Pakistan, securing its biosecurity, and at the end of the day, identifying, right, through various solutions that this summit has brought together, right? Many of them were here today, of how these partners can work with us. Yes, a lot of these solutions, are out of the reach of the farm systems and small farmers here. And this is why we developed the Global South Good Soil Health Project, right? Where we are looking to basically develop this further and actually sponsor such soil tests, right? So that we can work with the farmers, right? At the same time, because the idea here for us is to basically split the food supply chain in Pakistan, right? Because all of us have identified by now that current food supply chains don't give farmers who practice values better produce, right? We need to be able to sustain them. So our goal is really to help the farmers map their soil, get the geofence, the bioactivity, the farm design, GIS, put it on a data warehouse, right? And have a system whereby we can basically work with the farmer, restore the soil, and then later buy back their produce. Because then we'll be able to have the traceability of the systems and the bio health of the soil to actually back up that these are nutrient density rich proteins, right? Plus all of the other tests that would be available to us. So yeah, so that's the type of work that we are looking to do, because we know they can't afford it. And at the same time, we're looking to work with corporations as well. All right, especially as you yourself have mentioned, a lot of corporations are going into corporate farming. They need to start from the right place, right? In fact, solutions like Biobean Maker can also be used to basically have a soil test even before you buy any piece of real estate, agricultural real estate, for you to identify whether that investment is actually viable. So for me, because the conditions in Pakistan are unique, I see the Biobean Maker's technology has got a far greater application here, in terms of understanding soil biology, in terms of understanding the relationships, in terms of increasing soil organic matter, right? And helping perhaps even flood reduction prone areas to, soil proof themselves. So the journey here is really about more soil literacy. And the journey here is also about public health awareness. I do not think of any farmer who would like to continue engaging in practices that guarantees that he has no sustainability.
That's true. That's absolutely, yeah.
Right.
I mean,
so we have to look at the, you see, and this is why sometimes the conversation about public health and the conversation of biosecurity gets lost in between the economics of it. No doubt the economics is important. No doubt we need a solution for farmers. And this is where responsible ag input manufacturers come in to work with all of us to basically help us restore the soil while they develop, more sustainable products as well. It's an inclusive process here, right? Because we're all working towards the same direction. We all know Pakistan has got high flood, 8th most vulnerable nation in the world, 80 million people working in the linear economy. And that's economics for you. You have 80 million people working in the linear economies, right? Guaranteeing, even though we may be single-digit emitters, right? But 40% of the world are single-digit emitters. If 40% of the world decided to double their emissions, we don't really have to worry about what China or USA does. Right? So the issue here is about everybody moving in one direction, right? And that we need to be able to apply systems thinking that's available for us. We need to mitigate that cost. We need to get stakeholders involved. Preemptly, if we talk about it from strictly a finance point of view, we need to be Green Deal ready. We need to be able to have a framework for the new green economy that we will develop in order for us to even have a Green Deal, right? So I think, yes, I thought your point was very valid, but at the same time, I have a very strong rational approach towards about it, which encompasses both together.
Of course.
Thank you. Dr. Renuka, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very insightful. And I have noted few the questions you asked, that issues you raised about something that farmers are illiterate. I completely agree. Not illiterate in a sense of their, of course,
less educated, less exposed,
educated in a sense of going forward. I mean, they are so embedded within their own systems and have been working for a long years, and that has paid them also. So they do not want to change immediately, and everyone is resistant to change.
Yeah.
So I would say that Pakistan again is in a very good condition with young people, and every young, I have been start from the day one, I have been talking this, that young people can, any young people if you take, they might have one or two members within farming industry, within their family and friends, or maybe immediate family as well, and like just in their relatives also. They must take this challenge to educate them, and that should go from the university level or from the school level. And therefore, if we educate young people, they can take the stewardship to inform their family and friends who are in farming and agriculture system about some certain things that are deep rooted in our system, that okay, these cannot be changed at all, and those things can be changed. Again, I would think that the social media is very helpful here, like WhatsApp message or WhatsApp groups are also very effective nowadays. Of course, misinformation is always there, but still, if it is going from scientifically, if you get a message from a Met Office in UK, you will definitely think of this. Okay, there is a warning. I should make some arrangement against this warning. So that is where I think, and we have worked out in COVID. In many countries, it may not be common in Pakistan, but I have seen that in India, whenever you pick up a phone, there was a cassette saying about COVID. And in South Korea, where I went, there was always a public notice that, okay, you are in a public space, you need to take care of these things. So I think that type of messages of certain things would definitely help, and therefore AI or this, not AI, sorry, social media can also play a good role. And when you mentioned that people don't like to talk to their neighbor as well, I certainly agree with that, because there is just a sort of egoism or some sort of competition as well between two people and so on,
Human nature.
in everyone.
Yeah.
And for that, I think cooperatives or associations, because they are I think definitely they might be linked to a upper level of association and somewhere, and they should make some very good arrangement for those things, that people can freely talk to each other, or maybe some sort of messages that would help them. So, and again, another thing is that we should be always talking about train the trainers model. And so, and about communicating messages, I think women are very best at that. They can speak to their friends very easily rather than men. That is again a stereotype thing I'm thinking here, but definitely their communication would help. And if women are educated, even the children gets educated, the family gets educated, and so on. So I think we can tap on those things as well. And lately, when you mention about the food chart, orchards and other things, I think they can also tap into different industries such as tourism, waste, and alternative products, and especially how we can bring in nature-based solutions here. And those things are very important to also consider while we are looking at economics and so on. So thank you very much. Those were my just comments. Thank you.
Okay, okay, doctor. Thank you so much. Thank you. Those are very helpful comments.
Thank you.
So we've had a gentleman, Bilal. We have, I believe, Yudhasta. Yudhasta wanted to speak several times and he missed the opportunity.
Hello, sir.
Who we've also left behind, please. Yes, hi.
Can you
Yudhasta, please.
listen, sir?
Yes, we can. Please proceed. Thank you so much.
First of all, sir, I would like to express my gratitude to each and everyone that I have learned many things from this summit. It is a truly honor to be a part of this esteemed summit, and I am filled with the joy and gratitude for the opportunity to contribute such an important conversation. So, sir, thank you for that. Can I share my screen, sir?
Yes, please proceed. It's your time. Thank you. Yudhishthira, if you need any help, you can just send the presentation to Bilal or me, and we can just put it up on screen for you.
Okay, sir.
We know your internet is not.
Okay,
yeah,
sir. Okay.
because your internet is a bit. Yeah, this can help as well. Bilal, can you assist?
Sure, Mr. Lal, do you have my contact? Or you
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
just WhatsApp it to me. I'll put it
Okay.
up. No problem.
Thank you, everyone, for being with us here today. Mr. Khalid, you've been here with us since morning, and you have another half a day session with us with the education. I hope you'll be able to have energy.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Are we back?
Just a minute, sir. I'm sorry
No
for
worries.
that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. In the meantime, if anybody has any input, thoughts, we can just also come in. We'll certainly be presenting and work, seeing Mr. Yudhishthira's
I always have a
as
thoughts, Turab. I have been silent,
Please, ma'am. Please proceed.
but I was listening throughout, and I think very encouraging and intervening, dialogues that where we can do, what we can do, and that is so interesting. And also, people are bringing this energy, their knowledge, just to pass on. And so I think we should be recipient and make a passage to still educate or to pass it on to the masses. That is what I think we have to be as a mediator here. So yeah, if Yudhishthira is ready, please go on. I can
Yes,
stop
ma'am.
time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, all of you, for giving me this great opportunity. So my project is about Rohi's Karab. Actually, Rohi is about desert, third desert in Pakistan, located in Pakistan, Punjab. There are looking some logos. First of all, Equest logo. We are working together in the collaboration of each other. Under the Equest is the regenerative scarab logo, and the last one is Rohi scarab logo. So we are generating food for the soil in the heart of Thar Desert because we are working in the Thar. And next, bro, Bilal bhai, next. So I will talk about the about Rohi, which is very important. Enormous resources. The enormous resources of desert here are mainly these resources. They are depending on the livestock and their organic waste produced by livestock. So I will expand this topic. If I talk about the livestock, it is the biggest mean of livelihood in Rohi, third desert. People raise animals, especially cows, camels, and buffaloes, more than anything else. They raise animals and sell them when they grew up to earn money. People here are not aware that we can gain much more benefits from this. For instance, they have no idea about the value of cow dung. They are unaware that by processing it into vermicompost, not only can they earn thousands of rupees, but they can also produce organic fertilizer for our crops, because chemical fertilizers, which is like a poison, are being used in our field, and they are being sold in black market nowadays, and farmers even can't buy this because this is very expensive. So these chemicals are destroying our soil. People are completely unaware of all these things. They didn't know that they could turn cow dung into a fertilizer. They didn't know that this could prove to be an important resource for the Rohi. Myself was unaware of all these things. I also didn't know this waste means dung, which is actively not a waste, which can convert into fertilizer under the name of, we can name it vermicompost. And it is very important component through which we can recover our soil, which is now dependent on the chemical fertilizers, completely dependent on the chemical fertilizers. Without chemicals, the crops not grew better. So let's talk about our journey, how we started all this. So next page, bro. These are some images. I'm working here in a desert, Rohi desert. These are animals. People have animals, but they don't know about how they do, how can use these type of resources, how can manage it. So our journey started when coincidentally I met with the founder of Equest, Mr. Basham Zan, and my life changed after meeting with him. He enlightened me that we are wasting a valuable resource of Rohi every year. By using it, we can not only rejuvenate our soil, but also product we obtain from it will be completely free from chemicals. Beside we can sell it within our country and do a lot for our families and community. After that, our mission become to not only keep this practice of making black gold to ourselves, but also spread it to others, so that people can also benefit greatly from it. So first I started this program at individual level, but when I thought that it is essential for everyone, then I started a community based initiative. Then next slide, bro. Come on, the community led initiative. These are all pictures of animals and organic waste. This is about journey. Next. Yes, these are some pictures I'm working. This is a community based. Achha. After all that, then we thought of providing training to all the people in the Rohi who own livestock, and initiating a community-based approach to gradually involve everyone in making more vermicompost. I belong to the Megwad community, so I took initiative in my community first. They had no idea that compost could also be made by the worms. It is very important. I tried to train a few people slowly, making them aware, very happy to learn. However, there are many set up this. So I continued my effort, and I convinced to them that they can be valuable resources. Not only can they benefit their own land, but also instead of burning or wasting resources, they discard, they can make use of it. If they sell it, they can feed them themselves, and their families. And in this way, which is Megawad community, we are living in the Rohi. And there are some the people of Rohi. I will discuss about these challenges. So please, next slide. These are some pictures I'm working. These are eggshells, so I crushed them, and these are very important. They are playing very important role in the vermicomposting, because the worms which are working in this process, red wigglers, and the scientific name is Acina fetida. So our mission is that fostering unity through the vermicomposting over scarab communities, reclaim waste, enrich soil, and ignite sustainable change for a greener world. Then our vision is that empowering scarabs globally to champion regenerative practices, cultivating harmony between humanity and nature, one composted waste at a time. And the impact will be, so scarab communities inspire circular economies, restore soil health, and exemplify collaborative environmental stewardship, resonating hope for a harmonious planet. So I will talk about the challenges in next slide. There are some challenges faced by the people of Rohi. These are some, I write here some of them. Poverty is the main issue. There are many challenges faced by the people in Rohi. If I describe how people in the Rohi make a living, they face many challenges with the poverty. Poverty being the most common significant, the people here are very poor. So if they are provided with the training and given this setup of vermicomposting, they can not only escape poverty but also do a great service to the soil. Imagine if all the people in the Rohi come together to do this work, how much vermicomposting we can produce and gradually eliminate over dependency on chemical fertilizers for our soil. In this way, by addressing their hunger and poverty issues, they also doing a significant job for soil. When thousands or millions of tons of vermicomposting are supplied from here, these people can overcome their poverty. We can also thought that we with the Mr. Basham, as he mentioned earlier in yesterday's speech about agroforestry in Kohisulman, and his dream so far that we can produce a lot of organic fertilizer as well. Beside, we can also supply them to nearby areas, like we can supply over vermicompost in Cholistan, nearby areas like Bahawalpur, Fort Abbas, and in Sindh also. So we can do these all. Apart from that, we have a set up a e-commerce stop through which we can sell this, and by doing so we can indirectly eliminate this poverty. On one side, we are fulfilling our soil requirement, which is regenerative soil requirement, and on the other side, we are working against the poverty of the people. So there are many issues: water issue, and on the other hand, extreme temperature, educational issue. There are many challenges they are facing. If I talk about a little bit about scarcity issue, it is not my topic, but there are many other issues like just water issue. Despite that, these people are very fond to their livestock and take care of them. In Rohi, there are open reservoirs called Toba. Open reservoirs called Toba for drinking water, where they store rainwater, and then both human and animals drink from the same reservoir. And this reservoir, animal also urinate, but due to scarcity of water, these people are forced to drink it because they need to survive. Beside these, there is a no any other source of water available to them. So at the end of my speech, I will talk about that. At end, I want to tell you that indirectly our mission is to produce more and more vermicompost for our soil. Therefore it may get right from the chemicals or poisons. So next slide, please. The formation of Rohiscar makes a new era, one where communities take charge of their ecological destiny. It beckons us to rethink and our relationship with the environment and embrace practices that harmonize with nature's rhythm to underscore the potential of collaborative effect effort to drive positive changes in the vast desert sand. The transformation is underway. The Rohi scarab stands not only as a form but as a symbol of hope, resilience, and limitless possibilities of community-driven actions. It invites us all to join hand, hearts, and soul in cultivating a future that honor both people and planet. Next slide, please. This is our website. You can visit and you can see about us. And sorry for interruption, because you know that I'm from the backward area of Pakistan, Cholistan, and there are many issues, network issues, hospital issues. There are many issues here. So thank you for giving me time.
Thank
Wonderful
you,
presentation.
Mr. Lal. Thank you.
Yes, Bilal, please go on.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Udasta. It's just immense work you're doing. And Bisham was very right to speak very highly of you. We all appreciate what you're doing. Thank you so much. We will certainly be in touch. We are already all working together. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to ask one question.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you move to community? What was your business model which attracted the community to work with you?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, I started this business at not a business, but it was my interest, because I'm a student of zoology. I learn about the worms and the fertilizer. How can we produce fertilizer from the worms? So at individual level, I started, and I found that it is important for all. So I have discussed with this plan with my friends here in Rohi. So they showed their interest about this business. We can say business. This can give them money, because they can sell this product in other areas. This is very useful product. We know that. So community slowly community engaged with me, and this is my project. Sorry, I am it's I can't explain more, but this is our project.
No, that's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Who do we have left?
I think the lineup for today is complete for this session. But
Okay.
if anybody has a question or want to participate, floor is open.
I think we're all, what a session. We've crossed the, started at 8, 6.5 hours.
Absolutely.
Okay then, Dr. Renuka, you know, I think I've said a lot today. I think it's time you close, and because we've got our next salon coming up in half an hour. And from my side, I very thankful for everyone for being with us. Mr. Khalid, again, thank you for coming so early. All of you, Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Iraj, all of you, thank you. Ms. Sabah as well, thank you, all of you. Dr.
What should
Renuka,
we
thank
do? Tudab, should we close the streaming or just keep it, or should I connect another time?
I think you can give any closing remarks and let's close the session. Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Khalid had his hand up. I don't know if he
Oh,
wants.
yes. Yes,
Yes,
please. Thank you.
Yeah. I have some questions. Thank you actually for your all decisions. My question is my PDF I can using by my computer, or I have to send it to Bilal?